Thank you, Prajna. Am I
Thank
audible?
you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So, myself, Nunali Desai, and I am going to teach you Python for 2 days. I am sure that you all are eager to learn Python with me, and I try to do my best for teaching you the Python. So now let's we start with the Python basics. So what are the glimpses of today's session? First is I will start with the introduction to Python, then features of Python, execution of Python program, how program will be executed in Python, then comparison with other existing languages, and writing first Python program, then input output, data types, operators, control statements, and functions. This is the today's uh, session's glimpses. So now I start with the introduction to Python. Python is one of the fastest growing language. How you can say it is fastest growing? In which terms it is fastest growing? It is fastest growing in terms of the companies that are using it, in terms of the number of developers that are using it, in terms of the areas where it can be used. So it is also called the multi-purpose or general purpose language, right? Multi-purpose in sense you can say you if you want to develop a website, then you can use Python. If you want to do something research based, something like you want to work with AI or you want to learn to write something in machine learning, then you can use Python. So it is a multi-purpose and general purpose language. It is so what is Python? Python is interpreted, it is object oriented and high level language. So Python is interpreted means what? It is not compiled. CA or Java you can consider it is a compiled language. Why Python is interpreted? Because its code is executed one by one line by line. It is object oriented and it is also procedural language. Object oriented means you can use the classes and objects, and if it is procedural language then you can also use the procedures and functions in the Python. So it is object oriented as well as object procedural language. Then if you say high level language, Python is a high level language. It is high level because the English, it is written in English like words. So now we will see where Python can be used. I can say where it is not used. We can use it in web development, desktop GUI applications. Then you can use it for software and game development. And Python is also used for automation tools of testing. It is used in machine learning. It is used in network programming. It is used in blockchain.
Excuse
There
me,
are
Brunali ma'am.
yes,
Can you please minimize the window which is showing my name there?
yeah. So so it can be used everywhere wherever you whichever application you want, you can use Python at that. Nowadays it is also used in blockchain, fine. So Python can be used everywhere, and there are various huge libraries there with in the Python that you can easily download, easily install, and you can use that library easily. So now companies, which companies are used Python? As I told you, where the Python is not used. So companies that are uses Python are Google, then Yahoo also. Some part of Google is written in Python. Yahoo uses Python. YouTube uses NASA. Then we have Dropbox and Reddit. Reddit is a website that is uh, written in Python. The versions of Python, if you think about the versions, Python has actually right now 3.8 version is there. Three versions are there: Python 1.x, 1.2x, and Python 1.3x. Sorry, 3.x. So 3.x, if you write a program in 2.x and you want to execute that program in 3.x, well, what other languages do they allow it? They are backward compatible, but Python is not backward compatible. So if you have written the program in 2.x, it won't run on 3.x. So you require the 2.x. So whenever you write any code, you have to uh, check that in which version it is written. Why Python is used? Because initially, if I talk about the history of Python, then Python is before Java, came before Java, and it is invented in 1990s, whereas Java came in 1995. But it was not uh, famous at that time because only researchers were using the Python. The researchers like AI researchers or machine learning researchers only they are only using the Python. Why? Because they want only to do their purpose. They don't want to learn the programming language, right? So Python is that much easy, and you can quickly learn it. That's why they are using it. So it is before Java, and you can nowadays you can find its various applications, and that's why it is become a famous and the most favorite language of everyone. Uh, Now I talk about the features of Python. These are the various features. First thing is it is simple. So it is written in simple language. If you want to add two numbers, then you can easily do that. You don't have to write so much code in that. So it is written simple English like words you can use. Its syntax is not so complex. Then open source. It is open source. You can freely download it from www.python.org, and you can execute the exe file, and you can install the Python. Then it is high level language. It is not there are two types of languages, right? Low level language and high level language. So high level language it is written in low machine English like words, and the low level language is written in the machine code, right? So that is only understood by the machines. So it is a high level language. Then dynamically typed. It is the most important feature of Python. Dynamically typed means which language you can say it is a dynamically typed. If you consider the C or Java, right? I assuming that everyone is aware of C and Java, right? So in concern to this, I am explaining this. So if you know C and Java, then in C and Java, what is there? You have to first declare in C. You have to first declare the variable, then only you can use that variable. And if you have declared the variable, for example, you have declared int a, right? So if int a is declared and you want to assign a float value to a, then what happens? It will gives you error, right? You have declared int a and then you write a is equals to 3.5, so that will gives you error, right? So in Python you don't require to write int a statement. You only have to write a is, if wherever you want a is equals to integer value, at that time you can write a is equals to 5. If you want to assign afterward, you want to use the same variable a and you want to assign it a float value, then you can write a is equals to 3.5. So it is a dynamically typed. Then it is platform independent. Platform independent is you can install it on any operating system. So if you are using Windows, or if you are using the Mac OS, or if you are using the Linux OS, then also it will be executed. Same program you can execute everywhere. So it is platform independent. It is portable. Portable means what? If you change your hardware, then also you can run the same program on that change your new hardware, upgraded hardware, right? So if you are changing your machine and you are worried that my old what will be done with my old code, so no need to worry. You can run the same programs on the new machine. Then it is procedure and object oriented. As I told you, procedural means you can write the procedures or functions in the Python, as well as it can be used as object oriented. But the main thing in Python is that you don't always require to write the procedure or function, and always not required to have the object or class. It's in Java what happened, you always have to create one class, and inside that class you write public static void name, and in C you have to always write void name. So that is not required in Python. You directly start your programming in the Python. So that is the main feature. Then it is interpreted. Interpreted is, it is the code is executed line by line, right? So not whole code will be executed. This will be the, I can say, some drawback of the Python, because whenever the compiler comes, the language becomes faster. So interpreted languages are somewhat slower than the compiled languages. Then next is the extensible. Extensible is you can include the other programs into the Python program, right? So if you want to use C or C++ or .NET program in Python, then you can do it. So that is the extensible. Next is the embeddable. Embeddable is you can, if you have developed any application in Python, that application you can use in C, C++ or .NET program. So that is embeddable. Then it has huge library. As I told you, for machine language, there is a different library. There is for web development, we have the libraries like Django. Then we have the Flask is there. For machine learning, we have Pandas. Then TensorFlow is there. So it has huge library is there, and because of this, it can be used everywhere. Then next is, it is a scripting language. Scripting language is, you can say, it is a supporting language like PHP. What we do in PHP, we write the code in PHP, but we never execute that program. So it can be used as the supporting language. Whenever you run it in, what the PHP program will do, it will convert whatever you have written into the HTML. So similarly, you can use Python as the scripting language. Then database connectivity. This is the most important, because if you think of machine learning and AI, then it doesn't require database, right? It has the data sets which are huge in the amount, but if you want to develop a small scale application that you want to run on your desktop only, for example, you are developing admission software for your college or for your institute or somewhere. So at that time you require database connectivity, so you can easily connect any database. It has a PHP connection, MySQL connection is there. You can use Oracle. It has a MongoDB connectivity is there. So database connectivity is also available in Python. Then it is scalable. Scalable means what? If you consider the hardware scalability, so if you are inserting or upgrading your laptop, then it performs accordingly, right? So it based on the RAM that is used. If you upgrade your PC, then its performance will, Python's performance will also increase. Then batteries included. It has so many libraries are there. You can use that libraries for your purpose. So batteries included means all these libraries are already developed, and only you have to import that libraries for your use. So it is a battery included. You can find these batteries over here. The website is there, www.pythonanywhere.com, and you can find that you can find all the libraries for various purposes at that place. So now how Python program is executed. And so you first write your program. You save that program. You have various editors are there. In that you can write your Python program. You save that program as x.py. So you can say that is your source code. Now you want to compile your program. Right? You execute your program, you want to check whether my program is working properly or not, what is the output of my program. So what is done internally? So from source code to computer screen, what happens? First, your Python program will be compiled and it will generate a bytecode, right? So now what is bytecode? Bytecode represents a fixed set of instructions that are that includes everything like arithmetic operations are there, then memory management operations are there, then comparison operations are there. So Python compiled program will be generated, that is called x.pyc. So bytecode will be that. And why it is called bytecode? Because the length of each bytecode will be 1 byte, or you can say 8 bits. That's why it is called the bytecode. So first Python program will be compiled and it will generate the bytecode, and the bytecode is x.pyc. You can also check that bytecode. So it will generate some set of instructions, and that the size of that instruction is 8 bits or 1 byte. Now Python will have the Python virtual machine. So that bytecode will be executed and converted to machine code using this Python virtual machine. So machine code, why machine code? Because computer always understand machine code. You have to, whenever you run your program, everything will be converted to the machine code. It only understands the binary language 1 and 0 language, and the program written in 1 and 0 language, that is, you can say, the machine code. So Python virtual machine will convert the bytecode to the machine code, and the computer will execute the machine code and it will display the output on your screen. Now, what is Python? Python virtual machine? What is inside that Python virtual machine? So, because of this PVM, your program will be executed on any machine or any operating system. Right? So, interpreter, it will first understands the operating system, it understands the processor, and based on that, it will convert the bytecode to the machine. So interpreter, Python virtual machine has the interpreter. Interpreter will take 1 byte code, it will generate the machine code for that 1 byte code, and that will be executed on your computer. Again, it will take second byte code, it will interpret or convert it to the machine code, and then it gives it to the computer. So such that the PVM and the interpreter will work. So PVM is very strong thing in the Python. It memory management and garbage collection in Python. In C and C++, you have the malloc and free functions are there. What is, first of all, what is memory allocation and reallocation? Memory allocation is whenever you create any object or any variable, at that time what happens? You want to store the value for that variable or the object. Fine. So that will be stored into your memory. So it will occupy some part of your memory. That is called the memory allocation. Deallocation is whatever memory is used, you want to free that memory. And in C and C++, you have that functions like malloc and free. So you can, it is in programmer's hand that he can generate or occupy the memory whenever it is required. He can free the memory whenever it is required. But in Python, it is done automatically. In Python we have Python virtual machine which will take care of this. It has two modules are there. First is the memory manager and second is the garbage collector. So memory manager will allocate memory for the objects. Now objects by objects, because in Python everything will be taken as the object. If you consider a variable, then that is also an object. If you are considering a module, then it is also an object. If it is a list, then it is also object. So everything is considered as object in Python. So that's why it will allocate memory for all types of object. Garbage collector is another module in Python virtual machine that will reallocate memory for the unused objects. So whenever it is based on garbage collector work on the base of the generation of the object. If it is first generation or second generation or third generation, it divides the objects into 3 generations, and based on that it does his work. So that is the garbage collector. Now in PVM we have interpreter. Right? So interpreter will, because of interpreter, Python will be slower. So in some machines, some Python interpreters, the just-in-time compilers are added. So that is also added in at the place of the PVM. In PVM only, Python just-in-time compilers are added. There are various flavors of Python, like you have PyPy that is written in Python, then you have C Python, then you have J Python or Jython, then you have Icon Python that is used with the .NET. So that will include the JIT or just-in-time compilers into the Python virtual machine, and because of that it works faster than the original interpreter. Now I am going to compare the C and Python and Java and Python. What is the major difference? Because everyone knows C. Nowadays in school also we learn C. So C and everyone knows C, and that's why I'm comparing it with the Python. So C is a procedure oriented, Python is object oriented and also procedural language. Then program execution in C is faster, whereas it is program execution in Python is slower compared to C, because what is the main difference is C is a compiler and Python is the interpreter. Then it is compulsory to declare the data types of variables and arrays. Type declaration is not required in Python. And type discipline is static and weak in C, whereas it is dynamic and strong. As I told you, if you declare one variable as int, then you cannot use it as a float in C. Whereas if you declare any variable in, you assign some value to the variable in the Python, then that value will be, again you can assign different value to that in the Python. So if you write a is equals to 5, and after some lines of code, if you write a is equals to 5.5, then that is allowed in Python. Whereas if you use that in C, that will give you error. So, and in Python you don't require to write int a statement, right? You can directly write a is equals to 5. Now next is the pointer concept is available in C. It is not available in Python. Then exception handling is not there in C, and because of this, C is somewhat, you can say, big, and exception handling is there in the Python. C has switch statement and do while statement that doesn't exist in Python. Python don't have the switch statement. You have to write the code using if else if. That will be similar to the switch case, and you don't have the do while loop in the Python. Then C doesn't have the garbage collector, and Python will have the automatic garbage collector is there. Next is the array index. If you consider the array index in C, you can give array index as 0 onwards. You can give any number as the array index, that will be allowed. And for Python, the array index can be positive as well as it can be negative. So you can also give negative index. If you give negative index as the collector of any collector, then you can say collection. Then you can say it is starts from end of the array, right? So if you give a of -1, so a of -1 is what? The last element. If you say a of -2, then it is the second last element. Fine. So it will start -1 is the last position, and from that you go backward. So you will get the get the elements. Another difference is the Python will have the indentation. Right, indentation is very important in Python, whereas in C there is no indentation. You can do block using the curly braces. In Python, no brackets are there, no curly bracket or nothing, no other brackets we use. Another difference is C. In C we require semicolon after each statement. In Python it is not required. That is the major difference that I found. Actually, both the languages are different, so many differences are there. But whatever are the major difference that I have listed. Next is the Java and Python. Again, the same thing. Java is object oriented. You can create object and class in Java. Python is object oriented and also procedure oriented. Then, if you write Java program, then it will be lengthier. It has so many number of lines are there. Python is concise and compact in terms of number of lines. Then program execution in Java is faster. Program execution is slower in Python compared to Java. Then next is the same thing as I already have declared. Same difference is there in Java. Also, you have to write or declare the variable. In Python, you don't have required to declare the variable. Same variable you can use again and again with the different data types. Array index in Python is always positive. In Python, you can have the negative index. Switch case is not there in Python. Switch case is there in the Java. Do while loop is not there in Python, and it is there in Java. Then garbage collector, automatic garbage collector is there in Python. So now we will start with the writing our first Python program. I already have shared the installation process for Python. So if you are doing with me, you can check these options. First three options we can do. If you have installed any of this Python editor, then also you can use that for your writing your programs. You have Jupyter notebook, that is also you can use it online if you are online then. So I show you all the options one by one. So using Python's command line window. So you can have the I'm showing you the option for writing the Python programs. First is the Python command line window. So if you open Python 3.8 64-bit, then you can write your program over here. You can write C equals to, you can say A is equals to 5, B is equals to 5, and C is equals to A. And you can print this value using print C. Now you can see your output is there. So you can write your program over here. Because this is basic Python, we can use any editor that is I have listed. Then you can use this PyCharm also. PyCharm is one of the options. Then you can use Python ideally for writing your Python program. So you can go here by typing Python. You can have this over here in Python folder only. You find this ideally and Python command prompt. Now how to do this using the command line or our system's command prompt? You can go to CMD command prompt. Over here you type Python. Right, so here also you can write the same program. You can say A is equals to 5, B is equals to A plus B. Right, print have the output, but these programs cannot be stored. So if you want to store the program or save the program, then you have to use ideally or PyCharm, in which you can write your whole program. For learning purposes, you can use this command line window or systems command line window, but for saving your programs, you have to use the ideally, or you have to go for any editor, or else you can also use the Jupyter notebook online. Fine, so these are the options using Python's command line window, using Python's ideally graphics window, directly from systems command window, using Python editor like PyCharm, Sublime Text, Atom, Spider, using Jupyter Notebook. So you can write your first program, you can check it. If you are doing with me, you can write A is equals to any value, B is equals to any value, C is equals to A plus B, and you can print it. Here you can see that in our program we have not declared A, we have not declared B, we have not written int A, int B, and if you want to print your output, you can simply write print C, so it will print your output onto the screen. Now we start with our basic Python programming. This is all theory part that I have covered. It is important because you should understand whatever is the basic of the basic things. So that's why I have taken some theory part. Now we will start with the real Python programming. So first thing that everyone wants is you want to interact with the computer, right? With the your computer wants to interact with the user. If it wants to, whenever you write any program, you have what is there? There is an input is there. Then in between that input, after input you have the processing is there, and after processing it will generate some output. So for taking input, we have some commands, like in C we have scanf command, right? So in C we write the scanf, and it is so complex. You have to write C, then %d, then %a, then only you can take an input integer value. But in Python it is so simple. You only have to write one command, input. You only have to write input brackets and press enter. Now it is asking for you asking to you for some value. I enter A. I enter 5. Right? So what is that? It has taken 5 as input. But for input, the important thing is, for input statement, the important thing is you have to, whatever input you have to, the user will give, that will be considered as string, right? So whenever you want an integer value from the user, at that time you have to convert that string value to the integer. So casting is every time you have to do the type conversion in Python. You have to, every time you have to convert your input to the required data type. जो भी data type you want to use, in that you can convert your input. Fine. So input, now second syntax for input is, you can also prompt in first statement. What is the wrong is in that user doesn't understand कि मुझे I want to enter the value, right? So user for user friendly, you have to make or give some message to the user that enter integer value, enter number. So I will write input, and you also wants to use that entered value somewhere. So you can write a is equals to input enter number. Is it visible, Pradnya madam? Enter a number, fine. So it will prompt to the user enter a number. Now you can enter some value over here. I will enter 89. So what happened? A will becomes 89. Now you print it, the value of A. So it will be printed. So it will shows you 89 as the output. Fine. Now I take another number B. Right, so we want to add two numbers. This is our simple program, so we are just adding, trying to add two numbers. So I am writing B is equals to input enter a number, and it is asking for enter a number, and I will enter 60 as another number, right? So now you want to check either what the value of B is 60 or not. So you can write print B. So it will shows you 60. Now you want to add these two numbers. So I will write C is equals to A plus B. Right? It is executed, no errors coming. Now I write try to print this value. So I will write print C. Now it is giving me wrong output. It is giving me 89 and 65 because default input, default value that is written by the input statement is string. It is not the integer value. So you have to typecast it before doing any operation on that. If you want to take a integer number, then you have to convert it to integer. If you want to convert it to the float, then you have to convert it to float. So now I can do the same thing as C is equals to what this has done. C is equals to A plus B. It has concatenated. It has taken A as one string, B as one string, and it has concatenated A and B. So concatenation of two strings is nothing but the second string will be added behind the first string. So now if I do C is equals to int A plus int B. And I will print C. Now at the value of C. Right, fine. So now 89 plus 60 is 149. It is giving you the correct output. Now print statement. This is clear. This is input is nothing but to take the data from the user. No complex syntax is there. Nothing is there. You only have to do the typecasting over here. Right. Whenever user enters the value, you have to do the typecast. And if user will enter some wrong value, then if I expecting number and user will give will enter string, and then you typecast, then it will give, obviously give you the error. Then write the exception handling. If you are using ideally, then for going to previous commands, you can use alter P. Alter P key is there, using which you can go to the previous command. So now again I am using the same command, b is equals to input, enter number. And I am giving a as input. Now I print b. So it will taking a as input and b will becomes a. Right? Again I write c is equals to int a plus int b. Now we check what it gives. It takes the previous value or the new value. It gives you error. Why? Because the last input that is given by the user is the string a. Right? String a is a character and it won't be considered as number. So whenever you tries to convert the value to the integer, any character to the integer, it will give you the error. So typecasting is important. Your input will take your will return the string to the variable, that is also important. So you have to remember this for the rest of the programming. Now print statement, I already have print 2-3 times. So what print can do? Print can print the string, right? You can print the string using the print statement. So you can write like print for blank. If you want to print a blank line, then you can write print and empty brackets. So I will write print brackets. Then I will want to print a static string. I want to give some message to the user, so I can write print hello world. And now if you want to print the output in 2 lines and you only want to write the single print statement, then you can write it using print I. Right, so backslash n is working in Python also as it is working in C and Java. So same thing you can use over here also. You can also use print backslash t. Backslash t is for leaving some space between the two characters. So you can write hi backslash t, how are you? Right? So it will leave some space between hi and how are you. So this is the one form of the print statement. Now you want to print the backslash n into the output, right? So if you write two times backslash n, then what happen? It will print backslash n in your output also. So that is the escaping character is there. Backslash is the escape character in Python also. Then you want to print repeat the string for 3 times. You want to repeat anything for 3 times, you can write print hi star 3. So it will repeat your hi string 3 times. You want to, if you want to do the same thing 5 times, then you can write star 3. So star is repetition character in Python. Now you want to print the value using you have multiple string values are there and you want to use only one print statement, then also you can do it like college name is equals to KJS IEIT. Will print college name is equals to KJS IEIT. And so next form of or next version of print is hi and n is equals to backslash n. Print hi, comma n is equals to backslash n. So what it does, it will print a new line after this statement, right? So hi will be printed. If you write this in, you open the new file and in that I write this statement, then only you can understand. So I am writing one program in which I have written 3 print statements, and each print statement will be executed on new lines. So I will write this program, I will save it. You have to save your program before. This is the program, this is not a single command, so you have to save your program. So I can say fdp day1 or print1.
Excuse me, Murali ma'am.
Yes.
Can you please zoom your coding part, as participants cannot see the code?
Okay. Is it fine now?
Yes, ma'am.
So now we save this program. Fine. So FTP I had given print 1. Right. So your program will be saved. Now I run this program, and you can see output over here. Right. Hi, hello, how are you? It is coming in 3 different lines. Why? Why? Because we had given backslash n as separator. We had given backslash n as the separator in our Python program. That's why it is showing this into 3 different lines. If you don't give this and is equals to backslash n, then what happen? We can check it. So if hi, hello, save the program, again run the program, again it is coming in the 3 different lines. I think it is not saved. These 3 different statements, so it is coming in the 3 different lines. Now you want to print the statements, but you don't want to leave the space between the statements, so you can write and is equals to empty. And save it, and now run this program. So you can have run, and you can have all 3 lines on the single all 3 lines in the single line, right? So now if you want to use the dash as the separator, so you can write and is equal to dash. So after each statement and will be printed. Let's just restart it. It is not, some error has come in, so it is not working. Fine, so you can see after each statement you have hi dash, hello dash, how are you and dash. So this is the next format for the print statement, right? So you can say string printing, and next is the variable printing. If you want to print the value of it, so you can do write a is equals to 5, and you can write print value of a to comma a. You can simply, you don't have to think about the type of the variable, that it is an integer or it is a float or whatever variable. You can easily print it like using the print statement. So you have only have to write the value of a is equals to a, so your value will be printed, right? And so this is the variable printing. Again, you have 2-3 variables and you want to print that using the single print statement, and you can write a. I can also, even I can also assign 3 values to 3 different variables into the single statement. So I can write a is comma b comma c is equals to 5 comma 10 comma 15, right? So it is executed. Now I want to print the values of this. Print a comma b comma c. So you can see the value of a, b, c will be printed. Now if you want to write a program for exchanging 2 numbers, so you can easily, if you know that you can, there is no need to declare the variable, you can assign the values in the single statement. So you can write a comma b is equals to 5 comma 10, right? And now you want to swap these 2 numbers, so you can write a comma b is equals to comma a. Right, now print the value of a and b. Print a comma b. Okay. Before it was 5 and 10. After the statement a comma b is equals to b comma a, it is 10 comma 5. So how easy Python is. You can easily write any program, anything in Python, and you can use print statement for printing any type of values. Now the variable printing is over. Now we will do with the formatted string printing. Formatted string printing is sometimes you want in your programs that your output should look like, it is a catchy, right? So at that time you can use the formatted printing, and for formatted printing you can use the C like variable, C like characters like percentage I or percentage D. You can use for decimal integer numbers. You can use percentage C for characters, and you can also use percentage F for floating point values, right? So show you the examples of it. Right, so I declare one variable a is equals to 15 or 14, and I write print value is equals to percentage I, and then you only have to write percentage and the name of the variable. Right, the name of the variable I have declared is a, so I can write value is equals to percentage I percentage a. Right, so it will print you the value is equals to 14, right? So you can also use this format. Another thing is the printing the string, right? If you write name is equals to of, and you want to print it using the percentage s, right? So you can write hi percentage s percentage name. Prints you hi boy. Now the printing columns, right? In C also we have the same thing. We have the whenever you use the formatted printf, at that time you have to give some characters before your percent, after your percentage you can give 20 minus 20 something like that, so that it will be printed in that much area only, right? So that will looks properly whenever you print some reports or print some formatted output. At that time you can use that. So I will we can use the same thing over here also. So it will print I, and you can see so many spaces there. If I remove this space, if remove these brackets, so it, after many lines it will print it. It will keep the space for printing 20 characters, and in that 20 characters box will be printed, right? So if you want to tabular format, then at that time you can use this. Again we have minus sign is there. Minus sign is for printing in the from it is a you can see Bob is printed right align in 20 line columns, right? In 20 columns it is right align. If you want to print it left align, then you can write minus 20. So minus 20 space is occupied by the name variable, and next value that is printed, that will be after the 20 characters. So you, if you write minus percentage 20 as percentage minus 20 as and name, then it will be printed like this. And after this again you write some again you want to print something, then you can write name comma value a. So you can see next first character that is printed, a value of a that is printed is after the 20 characters, right? So 20 characters space is given to name. If you write percentage and s, percentage number and s, if you write percentage 50s, then it will gives you, it will leave the 50 columns for the name. If you write percentage 100 s, then it will leave 100 characters for printing the name. Similarly, for the floating point numbers, we have percentage f is there, so we can have number is equals to 123.4567, right? And then you want to print this number, so you can in this also you can simply also print it using print num, right? So it will be printed 123.45678. And if you want to print it format in the format, then you can write for using the format, then you can write print the number is percentage f percentage num. So this will print the number is 123.45678. If you want to print only two precisions after the decimal point, then you can write the number is percentage 8.2f percentage number. So it will print number is 123 point, it is rounding off because the value is 5, second position value is 5, so it will be 123.46. Because of it you can see some space after the colon. Why this space is there? Because it total printing space that is occupied by num is 8 characters, and your after decimal point 2 characters will be there, 2 numbers will be there. Again if you write int, the number is percentage dot 2f. So what it does, it will print the same value 123.46, but now it is left aligned. Now if you want to print the number plus 8.2. No. So after this you can print another value, then only you can know the effect of the minus sign. So if you write num, then you can write 8. So you can see after 8 characters 14 is printed. And so 1 2 3 4 6 is the 5 characters, dot is 6, and 7 8 is the space that is between this, and after that 14 is printed. So this is the first formatting statement. Next is the you can have format of the variable name, right? So if you have three variables n1, n2, n3, and you want to print is equals to 10, 20, 30. Now print 1 is equals to 0 dot format n1, right? So dot format n1 in curly bracket, you can see over here in curly bracket you have 0 is there. So what it will do, it will take first variable from the format string, right? So instead of this, the n1 will be taken and it will be printed. So now you can see number 1 is equals to 0. Similarly, you can have number 1, number 2, number 3. You can see after in format bracket we have three variables. We have n1, n2, n3. Number 1 is equals to 0, number 2 is equals to 1, number 3 is equals to 2. So it doesn't print the value as it is. Why? Because the curly brackets are given, right? If you want to print curly brackets in your program, then you have to use escape character, right? So curly bracket can be printed if you write slash and curly bracket. If you don't write it, then it will check for the number or the variable from the format list, right? So in this you had given 0, 1 and 2 in the curly brackets. So in place of 0 it will print n1, right? In place of 1 it will print n2. In place of 2 it will print n3. Number 1 is equals to 10, number 2 is equals to 20, number 3 is equals to 30. This will be printed. If you don't give anything in the number, then by default it will take the order of the format, right? So if curly brackets are empty, then also it will find, but you have to take care in the sequence or order in the format list, right? So if you write number 1 is equals to empty bracket, number 2 is equals to empty bracket, number 3 is equals to empty bracket, and dot format n2, n1, and 3. So at that time what happened, number 1 of the value that is printed after number 1 will be n2. The value that is printed after number 2 is n1. The value that is printed after number 3 is n3. In this you can see the meaningfully I changed the orders, because you can understand that's why I have written n2, n1, n3, right? So it will be printed like number 1 is equals to 20, number 2 is equals to 10, and number 3 is equals to 30. Why? Because in format we have the sequence n2, n1, n3. Right? So now this is all about the print statements and input statements in the Python. I hope you are enjoying my session. If any queries, you can write it into our chat box, and the coordinators will convey that to me. So now we will have a 15 minutes break, and after that, 10 minutes break, and we will start at 11:45 dot. Thank you.
All participant, we will floating the attendance link. You just mark your attendance into that link. Okay. Mrunal ma'am. Mrunal ma'am.
Murali ma'am, please make your video on.
हाँ मैम स्क्रीन झूम करो बस.
Okay.
मृणाल मैम झूम करो
Yes,
स्क्रीन.
yes. हाँ हाँ
ओके
हाँ. Okay.
थैंक यू थैंक यू.
Hello. Do I start now? Pradnya madam.
Yes ma'am you can start now.
So till first break we have learned what is Python, features of Python, uh, writing editors for Python, how to write your first program. We also have done input output statements of Python. Now we will learn data types of Python, right? Which are the various data types. I told you that you don't require to declare the data type in Python, but it doesn't mean that there is no data type in Python. You don't have to write the declaration statement, that is not there, but you, whenever you assign any value to a data type, to a variable, at that time the data type of that variable will be decided. If I write a is equals to 5, then at that time a will becomes an integer variable. If I write a is equals to Mrunali, then at that time it will becomes a string variable, right? So at the time of assignment only the data type of the variable will be decided or fixed. Fine. So now we will start with the data types in Python. As I told you, Python is loosely typed language, so no need to define the data type of variables, no need to declare the variable before using them, right? So there are if we start with the data types, then there are two major category of data types in Python. First is, you can say, immutable data types. Immutable in the sense its values cannot be changed. We cannot change the value of data types. That data types are called immutable data types. And another category is the mutable data types, whose values you can change. Now, why we have numbers, right? We have fixed some numbers and we can use that numbers. If you want to assign new value to that variable, then at that time you can write new value for that variable. So numbers, strings and tuples are there, that are immutable data types. And list, dictionary and set is there, that is, you can say, a mutable data type whose values can be changed. Fine. So now we will start with the numbers. In C, you already know there are various data types are there for the numbers. You can say short integer, long integer, integer, then float, double, signed integer, unsigned integer. But in Python, everything is taken as number, right? So that is the major data type. Inside that you have int, float, and complex, right? Complex numbers are not there in the complex data types is not there in C or Java or other languages. That is there in the Python. So you can have integer, default integer value is taken as the signed integers. Then float, float is not only float, it is double, float, everything is taken as float. And complex numbers, so complex number you have the real part and imaginary part, and also you can represent your numbers as a binary, octal and hexadecimal, right? So now, how to create an integer variable in Python, right? So you can write a is equals to 10, right? A is equals to 10. At that time, your data type of A will becomes an integer. And if you want to check the type of any variable, if you want to use some variable and you want to know that either it is int or which type of variable it is, so you can write print and you can use type of A. Right? So it will give you class int. Similarly, if I create new variable b is equals to 5.6, right? And I check the type of, right? So it will gives me class float. Now why it is giving me class int or class float, not only int and not only float? Because everything in Python is considered as object. Fine. So your numbers are also objects, your modules are also objects, your functions are also considered as object. So it is giving me the class float for print type B. Similarly, you can also use isInstance to check whether the variable is of that instance or not. So you can write print in single quotes. You can write int. You can see over here in the window, you can see the syntax of the statement. So it is showing you print value, and if you consider this, then each instance, then it is giving you the help for it. So what is expected parameters are obj, and class or tuple or anything that you want to check for, right? So you can have a int a. So what it gives, we don't have to write the single quotes. You can have print is instance a int, then it will gives you true. If you write print is instance a float, then it will gives you false. So you can also check using this. right? So we don't declare the variable, but we afterward, if you want to know what is the data type of this variable, then you can use this type in is instance statements or functions, right? So now we have declared, we have created integer variable, we have created float variable. Now we want to create the complex number, right? So you can write 5 plus 9g, right? So it will create the complex number. Now you can also check that what is the value of c. It is giving you 5 plus 9g, right? So three numeric variables are number variables data types are there. First is the integer, float, and complex numbers. Fine. So now we will go with the strings, right? Strings is nothing but the sequence of characters, right, that can be represented using the quotes, right? Whenever you use strings anywhere, you have to use the quotes. In C, it is so much complex to declare the string. You have to, for learning the string, what you have to do, you have to first learn the arrays, right? If you know arrays, then only you are able to use the strings. And for strings also, you have to do so many various complex coding, then only you can do the string operations, right? So in Python it is so much easy. You can write, we can have three types of string declarations. Is that first is we can write say s1 is equals to, and then we can use the single quotes, right? Three options are there. First is you can use single quotes. If you are habitual to use double quotes, then also it will be fine. And third option that is given by the Python is the using the three single quotes, right? If you use three single quotes, then also it will be you can declare the string. But this string is generally, this is used for the multi-line string, right? So I show you that. You can write s1 is equals to single quotes, you can write a b c, right? S2 is equals to single double quotes A, B, C, right? If you have the multi-line string, then you can write A, B. S3 is equals to three single quotes A, B, C, D, E, F, I, right? So this is three single quotes means it is a multi-line string. So it gives you, it is not and your statement, it will gives you the chance to type the new string, right? The next characters of the string. So you can print the string using, you can declare the string using this statements. S1 is equals to single quotes, double quotes, or three single quotes, right? Now you want and check the values of this. So you can write print S1 equal to ABC, print S2, again the same value, print S3. So it will give A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. So whenever you want to work with the paragraph, Python is also used with the for the NLP, natural language processing. At that time, you can use the single quotes whenever you want to assign some paragraph. Or initially, when we use the static values, at that time you can use the single quotes and multi-line strings. So operations that are performed on the strings. First is the concatenation, second is the repetition, slicing, and indexing. We check each one by one. Right? So first thing is the concatenation. If you want to join two strings, then you can simply write print s1 plus s2. Right? So two strings are concatenated. If you write hello, how are you? So you can have s1 is equals to single quotes. I will write hello. S2 is to single quotes. I will write how. I write S3 is equals to S1 plus S2, and you can write check S3, right? So S3 will gives you hello, how are you? I have not written the print statement, but if you write S3 in this, it will giving you the value. But if you write this in your program, then it doesn't give you the value, because print statement is expected in the programs. Fine. So this is ideally. So I just typed S3 and it is giving me the value of S3. Fine. Now next is the repetition. For repetition, you can have the star, as I earlier also I told you, star you can use for repetition. So if you want to repeat the hello, hello, hello 5 times, then how I can do it? I can have the another string S4. So I can write S4 is equals to S1 star 5. So my S4 will be S1 will be repeated for 5 times in S4. Now I check the value of S4. So it will print or gives you hello, hello, hello for 5 times. Now you only want to print some part of your string. So you have to use the slicing. And if you want to print a single character from string, then you have to use indexing. So if I want to print a single character, I want to print last character or first character of the string, you can say S4. S4 have the 5 times hello. I want to print the first character. So how can I do that? I can write print, or if I want to assign it to some another string, so I can write S5 is equals to S4 in square bracket. I will write the index number, right? Index number will start from 0. First variable will have the index number 0, and you can also get the length of the string, and from that you can get the last character of the string. So if I want to get the last character, I first use len. Len function is will returns you the length of the string. So I will write L is equals to length of S5. Okay, so now if I print L, then it will gives you 25. Length L is equals to length of S4. And I will use print L. Right? So it will print 25. Right? So now what I want, why I am getting fetching this length, because I want to print the last character of the string. So I will write print L of print S4 of L minus 1. Right? So it is giving me help O. Why? Because the last character is O, and I am fetching the S4 of 24. If I write print S4 of 24, right? So it is same thing. It is giving me the O. Right? Again I print S4. So it is giving hello, hello, hello. Fine. So print S4. It is giving me hello, 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 and now I want to print the last character using the negative index. As I told you, in C and Java there is no negative indexing is there, but in Python we have the negative indexing. And how we can do that? We can write print S4 of minus 1. So same thing, same O will be printed. You can try with some another string. I can write S5 is equals to KJSIEIT. I can write print S5 of minus 1. Right, so it will give me the last character. So last index will be minus 1. Before that minus 2. So from minus 1 to the left hand side you can go, and your index will get increasing in increasing order. Now the slicing. Slicing is the important feature of Python, using which you can get the some part of your string. Right? I don't want to get one character, but I want to get the third character to the sixth character. So how can I do that? I have to use colon sign for that. I first write print S5, then I will write third character, that is index of third character is T, and then the index of last character, right? So 5. Printed 2, 3, 4. Remember, whenever in slicing is there, last character will be the value that is given in slicing -1. So I had given 5, so it will print 5 minus 1. So it will be till fourth character, right? So second to fourth. So 0, K, 0th index is K, first index is J, then the second index is S, third is I, fourth is E, fifth is I, and sixth is T. But it doesn't print till I. It has not printed I. Why? Because we had given the 2 to 5. So it will print 2, 3, and second, third, and fourth character. Fine. So this will be the string. If you participants, if you have any doubts, you can type it into the checkbox. And if I am going fast, then also if you are feeling that I go slow, then you can also do the feedback in the chat window. Now the upper and lower. Fine. Upper is if you want your string is in small characters. If your string is in small characters like S is equals to KJSIEIT, right? You want to print it into the uppercase, right? So you can write print upper S dot upper. So now your string is printed into the uppercase letter. Fine. Now to find the minimum from the string, to find maximum from the string, and if you want to check that the string is alphabetical or not, alphabets or not, then also you can check. So I will write print s dot of S, right? So it is printing E, right? Because alphabetically E is coming first. And if you write print maximum of S, then it is giving T because alphabetically T is coming last. Fine. Now if you want to check either the string is alphabetic or not, so you can, all the alphabets are there in the string or not, so you can write print and then S dot is alpha, it returns you true or false, right? So all alphabets are there in the string, so it is returning true. Now we will try with the number string, numeric string. So I write S is equals to 1, 2, 3, 4 KJS, and I check print alpha. So it is giving me false. Why? Because 1, 2, 3, 4 is not the alphabetical numbers. Now the next is the count and index. Count gives you the number of times some character occurs in your string, right? So if you have repeated characters are there in your string and you want to check that how many times M is coming in your string, right? So you can use the count for that. So if I want to check in previous string, I want to check the how many times 4 is coming, then I can use the str count character and start index and the end index. Start index and end index is optional. If you want to check in the whole string, then you can only write print str.count of e. We don't have str in our string. We have not declared any str. So we have to first declare some str. Right? So I can say str is equals to Mumbai. Right? And then I will search for the print dot count a. Right? So it is giving me for one time it is coming. If I write str is equals to Monali in Mumbai. Right? And now I check for the str.count of I. Right, so it is giving me 3 because 3 i's are there in our Nunali in Mumbai string. Right. Similarly, you can check for another other characters also. Then next is the index. Index will gives you the index of dot index. So it will give you the index of the first occurrence of the character. Right. So what is the index of I that I want to know? Then I can first occurrence of I it will return. Right. And if I give the parameters in index, I check it. Right. So if you want to give the starting position from where you want to find the index of I, then you can give the first index from where it will start for searching the I, and it will returns you the index of that character. Now slicing is over, indexing upper is alpha is over. One important thing in Python is if you declare two variables of any type. For example, I have declared s1 is equals to 1, s2 is equals to 2, and I print id of s1, id of s2. Right, so I one by one I execute the statements. So if you have s1 is equals to fine, then I will print id of s1. It will gives you the id will gives you the address where this s1 string is stored. Now I take another string s2 equals to 2, and I print id of s2. Right, I print id of s2. I have fine. So this is giving me the addresses of two strings. Now what I do, I write s2 is equals to s1. Right? S2 is equals to S1 is, and I now again I will print the addresses of S1 and S2. You can check what will be there. Right? So I will check address of first S1. Address of S1. Now I will check for the address of S2. Right? So you can see after the statement S2 is equals to S1, the address of S1 and S2 is same. What is the meaning of that? The Python will not copy the value of S1 to S2, but it copies the address of S1 to address of S2. Fine. So now both the strings will point to the same address. Fine. So S2 is also the same, S1 is also same. So there is no two copies of the values, right? So you don't have the S1 is equals to 1 written somewhere and S2 is equals to 1 written in another memory location. So same memory location is there for storing the two strings. So S2 equals to S1 doesn't mean that it will copy the value from S1 to S2, but it copies the address of S1 to address of S2. Right? So this is the important concept for Python, and it will be for each and every object in the Python. So now we have the another string operation, that is the replace. If you want to replace some part of your string, so you can write this is a beautiful place. Right now I want to replace this place with a girl, so I can write S1 is equals to place. We have the word that I want to change, then the word, the new word. Fine. So girl, I want to replace the place with the girl. So I can write S2 is equals to girl. Now S1 is equals to, I will use this statement, str1 is equals to str dot replace s1 comma s2. Right. So now I execute this statement and I check with print str1. Right. So it will give me the this is a beautiful girl instead of this is a beautiful place. Right. Now I again check with the print str. What will be printed? This is a beautiful place. Why? Because we have whatever is the new value of str that we have assigned to the str1. So now you can write print str1. Right. So new statement will be this is a beautiful girl. Right. Now two most important functions of string or methods of string are split and join. Right. Split is if you have comma separated value. Right. You have comma separated value and you want to convert it to another type. At that time you can use the split. Fine. So list, still we don't have learned list, but I just showing you this example. So I have one string str is equals to 1 2 3 4, right, and the string is separated by comma. This is again can be used for the NLP. Whenever you do the NLP program, at that time tokenization is done and you can use this. So I can write lst 1 is to str dot split with comma, right? So what it will return? It will returns you the list of the words, right, that are separated by comma. So it will split your string by the comma. So first word that is written is word 1, second word that is written is 2, third will be 3, and fourth will be 4. So if you now you write print lst1. So split statement always return a least type of value, right? So this will be your string will be one string will be returned as a list of size 4, right? So 4 in list now you have 4 elements are there, right? After this, if you have a list and you want to join that list using some separator, right? So how you can do that? You have to first assign the list value So I can say LST is equals to ABCD, right? Then I have the separator. I can write separator is equals to dot. I want to join this ABCD using the dot, and the final value should be the string. So I will write separator is equals to dot. Now I will write str1 is equals to separator dot join, and inside the bracket you have to write the list, right? So separator is dot, then join, and then which value you want to join. I want to join the list LST, in which I have 4 elements are there, A, B, C, D. Fine. So you have to write str1 is equals to separator dot join LST, and now print this. So you can have A dot B dot C dot D. So your string is joined using the dot value. Along with this, you have the upper, as I already told you, upper, lower, then swap case. Swap case will change the sorry, lowercase to uppercase and uppercase to lowercase. So I can write print str dot swap case, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4. Now if my str is like this, str is equals to A, then B, C, D, E, F. Fine, and I want to print this string using the swap case. So I can use str dot swap case. So now you can see that A that is in small letter will be converted to the uppercase letter, B that is into the capital that is converted to small case, and so on. Fine. Then the fourth is the title case. So title case is first character is the capital letter, remaining are the small letters. So I can have int str dot title. So you can see first letter is capital, remaining are the small letters, right? Then checking the starting and ending of a string. So you can have print. You can use the start with and ends with command. Starts with and ends with command to check if the string starts with this or not, right? So we can have, again we will take the same str 1, 2, 3, 4 ELR. So same function can be used. Fine. So I have again str is equals to 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now I check either it is start with 1 or no. So I will write print str dot start with 1. Yes, it is starting with 1, so it is giving me true. If I write start with 1, 2, then it will give me false because it is not starting with 1, 2. Similarly, ends with will give you the either the string will end with the 5 or not. No, it is not ending with 5. Fine, because it is standing with 4. If I write end with 4, it is giving me true. So this also you can use in your programs. Now string formatting. I have 3 values, ID, name, and price. I want to use these values in my string. So I can, how I can do that? I can use either format function, right? Or you can also use the concatenation, right? So whenever you use the database, this thing will be the useful. If you want to show some values from the database to the users, at that time you can use this. So if I write ID is equals to 22, then name is equals to computer, price is equals to any price you can take. I have taken 30,000, right? And then I will take string str1. I am printing this. Why? Because you can know the format of this. So str1 is equals to, in double quotes you can write ID is equals to, and in empty curly brackets comma, name is equals to, already we have done this in print statement, similar to that, but you are assigning the value to the your string. Fine. So name is equals to empty bracket and price is equals to bracket empty bracket and then double quotes dot format, then I will write ID comma name comma price, and now I will print 1. And so it will be printing ID is equals to 22, name is equals to computer, and price is equals to 30,000. Fine. So now, if you want to use the parameter order, you want to change the parameter orders, right? So format, if you want to print name first and ID last, so you can use the index number in that. So you have to write the index number. So I can write str2 is equals to double quotes name is equals to in bracket I will write name is equals to 1 comma price equals to you can say ID equals to 0, and then dot format, in bracket I will write ID comma name. So what is my index 0 parameter is ID, my first index parameter is name, right? So accordingly value will be taken in the curly bracket 1 and curly bracket 0. So I will have the print str2. Fine. So it will print name computer in ID is equals to 22, even though we have changed the order of the printing of indexes. Right. Now working with characters. Now our string part is over. Now you only want to take some characters from the string, so you can have the, it is similar to your indexing. Fine. So if I take name is equal to computer, already we have that string we use. So if I want the first character of the computer and I want to assign this as the character, so I can write ch is equals to name of 0, right? So this is C is assigned to the name. So now I print ch. Right? So it will be printing me the, right? So ch is equals to name of 0 and print ch will take the first character. Why? Because first character, because our indexing is starting from 0. First index is always 0. Now we will go with the next data type of our data type session. So next is the tuples. A tuple is nothing but it is a group of elements which can be of different types. Before starting tuple, I would like to announce that if you have any queries or any questions, please type it in our chat box so that I can know where you are stuck or whatever part you are not learning. So I will take it again. Right? So now we will start with the tuple. As I told you, tuple is what? It is a group of elements. It is immutable data type. First of all, it is immutable data type. Then it is a group of elements which can be different types, right? It is similar to array in C, but what is the difference is, main difference is, it is of different data types. You can have string, you can have floating number, you can have integer, you can take anything in the as the tuple values, right? And tuples are immutable data type. Immutable is you cannot change the value of the tuples, right? You can see this list. In this we have written third immutable data type is the tuples, right? Tuples are ordered and unordered. Again, two new words are there in Python. Ordered is it will maintain the order in which it is the values are inserted into the tuple. So if you enter 10 first, then 10 will always remain first into the tuple. So it is, you can say it is a ordered data type. The elements in tuples are separated by commas and it is enclosed within parentheses. Now, you have to remember three things regarding these data types. First is the which type of brackets we use for which purpose. So if we use the tuples, right? For tuples, that the brackets that we use is the round bracket. For list, we always use the square brackets. For dictionary, we use curly bracket, and for set also we use the curly brackets, right? So whenever you write any Python program or read any Python program, at that time you have to consider from this you can identify either it is a tuple or it is a list or it is a dictionary or set, what is used, that you can know using this brackets, right? So tuple is always declared using the square bracket. Inside this we will write the list of values, and this value will be separated by the commas, right? It is ordered sequence of elements, so when in whatever order you have entered the values, in that order only the tuple will store the value. So whenever you print tuple, at the time the same value will be printed for the tuple, right? So now we will create one tuple and print the value of the tuple. Right, so you can write print, sorry, first the tp1 to this round bracket, you can write 10 comma 5.5 comma some string, I can say Python, right? So this will be, because of this round bracket, the Python interpreter can understand that it is a tuple, right? Now you want to print that tuple, so I can write print tp, right? So it is printing the tuple. Now I want to modify this tuple. I don't want to use this tuple, so I want to add one value into this tuple. So I can write tp1 in square bracket. At 0th location, you want to add the value, or you want to change the value of first index value. So you can write tp1 of 0 is equal to 20. Oh, it is giving me the error. Why? Because tuples are immutable. You cannot change the value of tuple. Why it is there? Because it generally hashes is used in the tuple, and for fast performance, tuples are actually developed in Python, introduced in Python. So for that, tuples are immutable. We cannot change the value of our tuples once you create the tuple, right? You can change the value, but you have to use another way. First, you can convert your tuple to list, then you can add values in that list, and again you can convert the list to tuple. In this way, it is sorry, it is actually the thing of you are creating new tuple. Fine. So in this way, tuples are immutable. Now, what are different operations on tuple? First operation on that tuple is the concatenation. Already we know plus sign is used for concatenation. So you can, if you have two tuples are there, I can say tp1 is equals to some tuple a 10 comma 20. tp2 is equals to is equals to TP1 plus TP2. And you can print the value of TP3. Right, so it will be printed A 10 20 B 30 10.5. Next is the repetition. You can also have the repetition of tuple. You cannot change the original tuple, but you can create new tuple. So you can write TP4 is equals to TP1 into 2. Right, so after that you can write print TP4. You can have A 10 20 A 10 20. So your TP4 will be repetition of TP1. Fine. Slicing is also possible in tuple. If you want to print all the values after the index 2, so you can write the statement like print TP4 in bracket after the index 2 all the values. So you can write 2 colon and then bracket and bracket. Fine. So square brackets over here is the symbol for indexing or slicing, right? So whenever you want to use the sequence variables, sequence data types, and you want to do the indexing or slicing, at that time you can use the square brackets over here. So again, if you want to print the last element, then what can I do? Print it. What can I do if I want to print the last element of the tuple? I can write first option is I can have that is the, you can say C option. You can get the length of the tuple and you can have the length minus 1. You print the length minus 1 character. That is C's way. Another way is you know the length of the tuple and you can directly give the value. And third option is you can use the minus index for this. So if I write TUP of minus 1, so it will give me the last value of the tuple. Now, as I told you, length is used for the getting the length of the tuple. So I can have length of TUP1. Oh, it is giving me error. Yeah, it is TP1. Right? So write length TP1. So it is giving 3. Fine. Now, membership. That is also remaining in string. Also, it is remaining. If I want to check either any character is there in the string or any correction is or not, so I have to use the membership operator, that is in. So if I want to check either X is present in the tuple or not, so how can I do that? X is any value. I want to check for any value either it is present in the tuple or not. So I can write 10 print 10 in TP1. It will give me true because the 10 present in TP1. Similarly for strings also, you can write str1 is equals to KJSIEIT, and if you want to check that M is present in the string or not, so you can write M in str1. So same in operator can be used with all the collections. Right, so if I write M in str1, it is not present in str1. Instead of the M, I change the character to S. Either S is present in str1 or not, yes, it is present. Right, so in such way you can check the membership. Again, the count is there. So again TP4, right? I have printed TP4. I want to check the 10, how many times 10 is coming in my tuple. So I can again use the count with the tuple. So I can write TP4 dot count of, I want to check for 20. How many times 20 is coming in my tuple. So I can get that also. Again, I use the index. Index will gives me the index of the variable. Value. Right. So TP4 dot index and in bracket I will write A. So what it will give me? 0. Why 0? Because A is the first element. The index of A is the first in the tuple, so it will give me 0. Now again I check for the second. I want to check for the second A, so I can give the range in that, right? So 0, comma 5. Right? Again it is giving 0 because in this tuple the A is coming for the first time. If I change it to 1 to 5, then it will give me 3 because third element is also A. So, and I have given the starting position as 1. So it will start from 10 and search for A and return the index of that variable. Now I want to sort the tuple, right? So I can write sorted of PP4. Is giving me error. Why? Because I have to use, if my tuple is of same data type, then only sorted will work. So I try with this. So I will write 10, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now I use print and sorted of PP4. So it is giving me the sorted values of PP4. Now, mutable data types. We have three mutable data types, as I told you: list, dictionary, and set. List is most important data type in Python. We use list at each and everywhere. A list is group of again different data types. It can grow dynamically in memory, represented using the square bracket. As I told you, it is for list we use the square brackets, and elements are separated by commas, right? So now how to declare list and how to use list, how to modify list, that is the most important. Why? Because tuple and string are immutable, we are not modifying it, but list have some methods using which list can be modified. So now I will declare list lst1 is equals to one more thing about the tuples is the nested tuples. You can also have the nested tuples, right? And nested tuples is tuple inside tuple. So value of one tuple will be another tuple. That is, you can say nested tuples. So now we will start with the list. So we will have this first list is the student 10, Jayamodi. Student is equals to 10, Jayamodi, male, 50, 57, 62 is its marks. Now I print this. How much easy print statement is. Only I have to write the variable name and it will print anything. If it is string, it is tuple, it is anything, you can print using simple print statement. So print student will print the list student. Now I want to print the name of the students. I will write print student. How can I print it? Using the indexing. Fine. If I want to one value from the list, I have to use indexing, and my name is stored at the first place of the list. So I will write student of 1 for printing the name of the student. So Jayamodi will be printed. Now I want to print the values, right? So I can do the slicing. I will write print student, and then I will write 0:3. This is slicing. Now you should you are able to understand this slicing, what is indexing in Python, what is slicing in Python. So I have printed this statement, and first, second, and third value is printed. Fourth value is not printed. Why? Because whenever you use slicing, it will be the next value will be the ending value will be the whatever value you had given minus 1. So if you had given 3, then that will be 3 minus 1. So the values that is printed, if you write 0 colon 3, then the values that is printed is 0th index, first index, and second index. Third index won't be printed. Remember this thing, it will be everywhere in Python. Fine. Now I don't want to print all these values. I want to print alternate values in the Python using the slicing. So I can write print 0 colon 3 colon 1. So what will be printed? 0 comma, so 10 comma jmod comma n. If I write 0, 3 and 2. So index, what you can say, third parameter in the slicing is the increment value, right? If you default is 1, if you don't give anything after the second colon, then default value that is taken is 1. If you write colon 1, then also it is same as the default value, it will be incremented by 1. If you give 2, so increment value is 2. So first index that is printed is 0. Second index that is printed is 0 plus 2, and next is 2 plus 2, that is out of the range because 3 is less than the 4. So you cannot print the fourth value. So if I want to print all the alternate values using this, so I can write print student 0 colon and 2. So all the alternate values starting from 0 will be printed. So your value is 10 jmod m 50 55. So first value that is printed is 10, second value that is printed is m, third value is 55. Fine. So increment factor is 2 in this case. Now the reverse of the student. So you can write print and dot reverse. All this we are using is method. So always you have to remember the giving the empty bracket after your methods. Fine. So student dot reverse, it is giving none, and you can print. So you can see that your value are reversed in this, right? Your student is list is reversed using the student dot reverse, right? So if you check the previous value of student, and it is 10 jmod m 50 55 62, but in this it is 60. After reversing it, it is 62 55 50 m jmod and 10. Right. Now creating a new list, right? I have some program, and in which I am taking one by one input from the user, and from that input I am going to create a list. So I will first write empty list. So I will declare st is equals to empty. Then I will write st dot append. Now we have, for inserting new value into the list, we have 3 options are there. First is we can use the append, second is we can use the insert, and third is we can use the extend, right? Append, insert and extend. What is the difference between these 3? Append will append at the end of the string. So if you write st dot append 10, it will be append 10 will be appended to your list. So you can see 10 is there, only one value is there. Again I will use st dot append, right? 15, right? Again 15 is inserted into or appended into your list at the last position. Now you want to add new value between the 10 and 15, that is 2. So you can write st dot insert to comma 50, right? Between the 0 and first position, so you can write 1 comma 50, fine. So now 50 will be appended or inserted between the 10 and 50. First you have to give the index of the new value and the value, right? So 1 is the index at which place you want to insert a new value. In append you don't require to give the index. In insert you have to give the index, fine. Now you have two lists are there. You have already one list, or you want to add multiple values at the same time. So you can use the st.extend method is there for that. So you can use st.extend. In bracket you can write, and extend will expect list as its parameter. So you have to write extend, and in that you can write j then you can write and is gender, fine. So now be extended, so you can have 10 15 10 50 15 Jaimodi and M in your list. Now we have done with the inserting part now, or modification part or update part. Now we will start with the how to remove some value from the list. So we have two options are there for removing also. First is we can remove or delete an element from the list using the remove. Second is we can do the same thing using the pop. So I can write st dot remove. I don't want this gender field, so I will remove M. Right, and again print, so M will be removed from the list. Again I want to insert remove one more value from the list, so I can use the pop also. In pop you have to give the index of the element, right? So I want to remove 50, right? So I have to give first as my index. I will write st.pop1 and I will check the value of my pop element, fine. So pop is used for your stack implementation also. Whenever you use your data, you want to implement your data structure using the Python, at that time stack and queue you can easily implement using the your list, fine. So now we will check the frequency of variable, same thing that we have done in the string and in the string and tuples, right? So you can have the string and count and index same way as the string and tuples. So if you want to print the count of 15, so you can write print st dot count in bracket 15. So what it will print? It will print 1 because we have only one value is there, fine. Now
ma'am,
yes,
ma'am, we can take a 5 minutes question answer session, so according to that we will.
yeah, okay. Right, you want to copy your list so that you can use the st1 is equals to st dot copy, fine, and you can print st1, so it will be same as your st, fine. Now in this case also, if you check the id of both the things, so you can have id of st. Oh, you are not getting it. Fine. Again we have the, we want to remove all the elements from the list, so you can write st dot clear, so it will remove all the elements from the list. So if you write print st, so your all the elements will be removed. Now you want to check that any value exists in list or not, so you can write print 60 st false, because we don't have any value in the list. Now I add one value using the st.append. st6. Right. Again I check the previous statement. Print in st. So it is giving me true. Right. So these are all the methods of the list. Now the last data type that is remaining is the a dictionary, and set we have two data types remaining. So we will start with the dictionary. Fine. Dictionary is also most important data type in Python. It represents again a group of elements, but this group of elements are arranged in the form of key and value pairs. Right. Each key and its value is separated by a colon, and each key value pair is separated by comma. All the key value pairs are enclosed within the curly braces. Keys are unique and immutable type, right? Uh, Trupti madam, hello, Trupti madam.
Ma'am.
Should I
Yes.
continue, or it will take at least 15 to 20 minutes? Should I continue, or
We can continue in a afternoon session because we have to take some 2-3 questions here.
okay?
Uh,
So
uh,
yeah.
First question is kindly elaborate typecasting possibilities.
Typecasting possibility is you can have int, float, and str, right? So sts you can convert string to, if it is a number, then you can convert string to the integer. If it is a float value and it is written as string, then you can convert it to the float value. But if you have the string value and you want to convert it to the number, then it is not possible. Then you can convert list to tuple, tuple to list, list to dictionary is not possible, or it is indexing will be done in that case. So typecasting very huge. We have the list for the typecasting. I have the slide here. So we have int, float, ORD, character to integer, then hexadecimal values, octal values, tuple will convert to tuple, sat, list, dict, str, so that it will convert to integer to string. Then we can have, if we have two numbers and we want to convert it to the complex, and we have the complex real comma image. So you have to give the real part and imaginary part of the complex number, and you can convert that to the complex number. And then you can convert the number to its ISK value using the CHR and number. So these are all are the typecasting functions that present in the Python. Next question.
Next question, what is memory management in Python?
Memory management.
Um,
Uh,
how memory is managed basically in Python language?
Memory is managed is you don't have to do anything as the developer. If you are developing any software, you don't have to do anything in the memory management part. Only your PVM Python virtual machine will take care of it, right? So it will do the memory allocation, and it also do the memory deallocation. Memory allocation is again done with the memory management manager, and deallocation is done using the garbage collector. Right? So in your PVM, garbage collector is there, and it will take care of the memory deallocation. Right? So you don't require to take care of this. Right? So whatever objects or whatever variables are not used, garbage collector automatically frees the memory for that. Right? So as a programmer, you don't have to write any function, or else if you want to free some memory, if you feel that garbage collector will not do it, so you can use, there are some statements are there like del. So you can write del for deleting any object existing in the Python. You can write del and object name. So that object will be deleted. So at that time memory is really free. Right? So it is in your hand also to deallocate the memory, and it is automatically also done by the Python virtual machine.
Okay. And Scilab programs can be run in Python?
Scilab.
There is a question from one of the participants that Scilab program can be run in Python.
For scientific calculation, we use Scilab, but I don't have any idea about this because I have never used this library.
Okay.
Any more questions?
No. Others questions we can answer by mail. Now the time is it's 1 o'clock.
Okay, so at what time we are starting our next session?
Next session we are starting at 2:30.
Okay.
Oh, I request all the participants. We will give you the link for the afternoon session. So please resume the session at 2:30. We will starting again with the Python learning. So please enjoy the session. Thank you all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. All participants are requested. Please resume the session at 2:30. We are ending this morning session. We will start at exactly 2:30. Hello, Pradnya.
Hello?
Hello. Hello, Mrunalini ma'am. Mrunal ma'am.
मुझे लगता है
मृणाली मैम, आपकी पीपीटी शेयर कीजिए. हाँ, ओके, इट्स नाउ वर्किंग.
so now I start the session.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, you can start now.
Your mic is off. Pratnya madam.
Yes, ma'am, you can start the session. Brunali ma'am, you can start with your presentations.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So now, good afternoon, all. We will start with our next session. Before that, we revise once whatever we have done earlier. So we have started with the writing first program. We have written first program. Then we have started with the data types of Python, right? Two main data types or main category of data types. You can say mutable and immutable data type. Mutable, you can change the value of mutable data types, whereas immutable data types you cannot change the values of immutable data types. We have numbers, strings, and tuples are immutable data types. Tuples are used to increase the performance of the application. That's why tuples are used. So you can convert your lists to tuple, and for that sorry, and for that we have the typecasting is there. So now we have completed till list. I start with the dictionaries, right? Dictionary is one of the mutable data type, right? It represents again a group of elements arranged in the form of key value pairs, right? Each key and its value is separated by colon, and one key value pair is separated by comma from the another key value pair. And for dictionary, you have to use, for declaring the dictionary, you have to use the curly braces, right? Now how you can create the dictionary, that I show you. So I will create one dictionary D1. Right? What we require is, we require curly braces for declaring the dictionary. So I declare the two values in this. I can say ID, right? ID is 7 and name. So is, write some name. I will write Lunali. Right? So this will declare my dictionary, right? So you have declared your variable D1 as dictionary, right? It has two key value pairs. You can say one first key value pair is your ID colon 7, right? So what is the key in this? ID is your key and 7 is your value. Similarly, in the second, this is the second key value pair. In second key value pair, first key is the name. First, before colon, whatever we write, that you can say it is a name. And second part is the value, that is I have written Brunali, my name, as the value. Fine. After that, if you press the key, your variable is declared and it is created. Now we can check either our variable is proper or not. Right? So it will be printing ID 7 name Brunali. Fine. So this is the dictionary in which the key value pair, this is first key value pair, this is second key value pair, and both the key value pairs are separated by comma, and the key and value is separated by colon. Fine. And curly braces are used along with the key value pair. Right? So first, starting off the value, you have to write curly bracket, and after the end of your declaration, you have to write the curly bracket. So now this is the, what is dictionary. Now what are the various operations that you can do on the dictionary? First thing, it is a mutable, right? So you can change the value of it. So you can add new value into it, right? So if I want to add salary in this previous D1 dictionary, so I can write D1 in bracket, I will write salary, bracket over, and then I will write salary is equals to 50,000. Right? What it has done, it has added new key value pair in my existing dictionary. The key of that dictionary is salary and the value is 50,000. Now I print D1 again. Fine. So if I print D1, so it will print you the ID 7, name Runali, and salary 50,000. Fine. Now I want again I add one key, right? I will add D1 in bracket salary. Then I will write 70,000 and I enter. Now again I check what is the value, right? So print one. We will have the only 3 key value pairs. Again, salary is not become a new key value pair because keys are unique. You cannot take 2 key of same value, right? So key are unique in your dictionary. So I cannot add new salary, new key value pair with the salary 70,000. So what happened at this time? Your salary key value pair will be updated to 70,000, right? So 50,000 will be replaced with the 70,000. Now I again add one called update my dictionary. I will write D1 salary is equals to, I will write 80,000, right? So now again I will check what is the value of my dictionary D1. So I write print D1, right? So now what I can see in this ID 7, name Runali, salary 70,000 and salary 80,000. What is the difference? Why it is added? Because the key is unique and it is case sensitive. Fine. So key must be unique and it must be case sensitive. So there is a difference between the salary in which S is small and salary in which S is capital. Fine. So whenever you create or use a dictionary anywhere, it is most important to remember this: the keys are case sensitive. Right? Now you want to delete one salary from this. We don't want 2 salaries, right? Because by mistake I have added 2 second salary. So I will delete the salary from this using del D1 in bracket. I will write the key name. Fine. The system knows that D1 is the dictionary, so it expects the name of the key as the parameter or as the value inside the single quotes. Fine. So I will remove the element that we have entered last. Right. So I will delete D1 of salary. Fine. Again we will print D1. So you can see here ID 7, name Runali, and salary 70,000. So last key value pair that we have added will be removed. Similarly, you can clear the dictionary using the D1 dot clear. So it will remove all the items from the dictionary. Right? Now you can again print the dictionary. So your dictionary is empty. Right? You can even copy the dictionary from using the dot copy method, right? So if I create a new dictionary like this, my speed is fine or still I go slow? Please write it in your chat box, because many participants has given me feedback that goes slow. So now you will have new dictionary D1 with the name ID 7, name Runali, salary 80,000. Now I will copy this D1 to D2. So I will write D2 is equals to D1 dot copy. Okay. So now d2 is equals to d1 dot copy. Now I print the second dictionary d2. Right, it is similar to the first one. Now I change the value of d2 in bracket salary 50,000. Print 1 and print d2. So two dictionaries now we have. Now you want to get the value of any key using the from the dictionary. So you can do that using the get method. Right, so we have d1 dot get method is there, using which you can get the value of the dictionary. So I can say x is equals to d1 dot get in bracket two parameters are expected, but if you give only one value, then also it will be fine. So I just give value of name. Right, so now I print x. So what is printed? Brunali is printed. Now again I use the same command. Instead of name I will type salary, and then I will print the x. It is giving me none. None is also one data type. Whenever no value is there, then it is called the none. Fine. So none is nothing is there in x. Why? Because we don't have the field with the salary, right? We don't have the key value pair with the salary as the key. You can see over here, this salary is in this salary s is small, in this salary it is capital. So d1.get command has returned nothing. So x is none. Now I write the same command again. X is equals to d1.get salary comma, right, d1.get salary comma, and then I will write blank, or I can write not found, right, and then I enter. Again I use the print command. Right, so what it is giving me, instead of none it is giving me not found. Why? Because I had given the second parameter. So second parameter is whenever the value or key is not found into the dictionary, at that time it will return you the second parameter. Fine. So this is the get method of dictionary. Now membership, same thing is there. You can either check that either the key is present in your dictionary or not. So you can write print key, right? So I will write salary but it is giving me true. Why? Because we have the salary key is there in our dictionary. So it is returning. This is called the membership operator. In is called the membership operator. Now we want to get all the keys of our dictionary. So I will write d1 print d1 dot keys. This will return me all the keys of my dictionary. So I will enter now. This is smaller. So it will give me all the keys as a list, and it is inside the keys id, name and salary, and it is as a list of keys. Fine. Again, if you want to get all the values of your dictionary, then you can use print d1 dot values. So it will return all the values of the dictionary D1. Now you can update your dictionary using the update command, right? So if you have already have one dictionary with you and you want to update your existing dictionary, a new dictionary, then you can use the update command. So you can write d1, you can write d2 is equals to d1 dot update, and inside the update you have to write the key value pair. So you can write gender, right? So inside curly bracket we have written gender female, so it will be added. Now if I want to add more values, then I can have the new dictionary. So I can write, I can print d2, the value of d2. So gender is added in d1, so no need to assign this. This is my mistake. You don't have to write d2 is equals to d1 dot up. It is only d1 dot update, right? So this part won't be there in your command, right? So d1 dot update, and then you have to write gender. Once again I delete. Print d1. So again I update d1, so I will write d1 dot update, gender female, right? And again we will print d1. It will gives you ID 7, name Brunali, salary 80,000, and gender is female. Fine. Now get all the items from the dictionary. You can have print one dot items here, and you will get all the key value pair, right, as a one list item in your as a one list item, right? So you will have ID comma 7, then name comma Brunali, salary comma 80,000, and gender comma female. So this will be one list, and one key value pair will become a one element of the list. Fine. This much part is clear. If you have any doubts in this, you can write it in your chat box. Now, to remove an item, we have two commands are there. First is delete and second one is pop. So using pop also you can remove the command from the dictionary. So for popping the element, again thing is here like that. If the element is not found, then the whatever is popped, that will be assigned to some variable. So if it is not found, then what value will be assigned to that variable? That is the second parameter of pop. Right? So I will write x is equals to d dot, sorry, we have d, so d1 dot pop, and inside this I want to remove the gender, so I will write gender, comma, if not found, then I will return not found. So now after this I print x, giving me female. So female is now removed from the dictionary. So if we print the dictionary, gender is removed and it is assigned, the value is assigned to x. Now if I check for the gender again, or I tries to remove the gender again, d1.pop, gender not found. So what is the value of x? After this, if you check the value of x, it is not found because gender is not there in your dictionary. So fine, this is the dictionary in Python. Now we will go with the sets, right? Set is list of, it is also list of elements, a collection of elements. It is like mathematical sets, right? So you can have the various operations on set also, like union, then intersection, right? So we will create one set. So we will have set s is equals to some values. I will write 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? Now I will print s. So it is giving you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now in set also you can not do the indexing and slicing, right? If I tries to do the indexing in set, then it will use me error. Fine. So if I write print s of 0, then we cannot use it. Why? Because sets are unordered thing, right? It is unordered, so you cannot decide from the, you cannot decide the order of set, right? It is not in the order of the values that we have entered. So you cannot use indexing and slicing in the set. If I use slicing, I will write print s of 0 colon 2. It is again giving me error because indexing and slicing is not there in sets, right? So what we can do with the sets, we can update the set. Now I tries to update my set. So I will write s dot update. Right? I will write first. I will print my s in bracket s. Right? So my set is printed. Now I tries to add some values into it. So I will write s dot update. Whenever you use update, you have to give the values to the set. Again, sets, we use curly brackets for the set, right? And sets will have the unique values as in our normal mathematical sets, right? So set will have the unique values. So if I write s dot update, and inside this I will write the values 5, 6. So what happened? I 6 is added, 5 is already there in my set, so it won't be added. Fine. So if you remove duplicate entries from your list, at that time you can use set, right? For example, for today's session, you are attending and one person is giving multiple time feedback. Fine. Multiple time he is giving feedback and you want to only find how many have given the feedback. So at that time, what you do, you can convert your list. First, you have to prepare the list of all the participants who have attended the session, and from that you want to remove the duplicates, so you can convert your list to the set. So now I try to do that. So I have a S is equals to, my list is like this, or I can say L is equals to S in bracket 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Repeated values should be there. So I will write 2, again 4, 3, 1. Fine. Oh sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, 4, 3, 1 is there. Fine. Now I will get the S is equals to set of L. Right. Now again I print S. So what happened? You have the list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which has the unique values. You have removed all the unique values from your list. Now again, if you want the list of unique values, you again convert your list to the set to the list. So you can write L1 is equal to list of S. Again, you can print your L1. Now, what is the value of L1? All the unique values of L. Right, so this way you can do the typecasting. I have done typecasting where I done typecasting. First typecasting is this. I have the list. I have converted that list to set, and then I printed that list. And what is the next statement? The set of unique values will be converted to the list. Right, it is assigned to L1, and then I have printed L1. So in this way you can use the typecasting. You can convert between list and set. So set is used in this way. Fine. So you have the this is in my example only 10 values are there. But whenever you write the real applications, at that time it is time consuming. If you check one by one value, if you want to do same thing using C, then what you have to do? You have to check this value. Then if it is exist in the remaining values or not, that you have to check. Okay, you have to write this value. If it is not exist, then you will write that to the your new list. Again, you take second value, compare it with all the remaining values. If it is not there, then you have to add that to your existing list. So it will be tedious task if you go for the programming. That's why the scientist uses this, because this is the small task. If you have a major project, you are developing some machine learning project, and you want to do cleaning. At that time, you don't want the duplicate entries. So at that time, you can do this or use this. Okay? So this is the important thing. So now this is all about our data types. One more data type is there, that is the range data type. Right? Range is if you want some numbers in continuous order, or you want some pattern in your number. For example, I write R is equal to range of 5. Right? And I print my R. Okay, range of 0 to 5. Fine. So the value of this is generally range is used in the for loops. Right. So how it can be used? This is again we will I will take this when we learn the right. So but right now I am taking this for I in R. Right now you don't worry about the syntax of this. Right. I am just giving you what is the value of R after the execution of this. Right. So it is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Right. So range is what is in range? It is a collection. It has a value of collection. Right. First value that is stored in range is 0. Second value is 1. Third is 2. Fourth is 3. And fifth is 4. Again, if I write R is equals to range and then 30, 40, 2. So what is the first parameter? First parameter is the starting value from where you have to start your sequence. Second parameter is the ending number where you have to stop your sequence, and third parameter is the increment factor. So in this case, you will have r is equals to 30, 31, 32, 34, 36, 38. It won't take 40 as the value because last value in the range will be 30 to 39. Whenever you use any range or any slicing at that time, the second parameter, that is the ending minus 1, right? So that value will be ending minus 1. So 40 is ending. So we will take 39. At 39, it will be, the values will be there. So you have to consider from 30 to 39 an increment of 2. So you can start with 30. First value is 30. Second value is 30 plus. First value is 30. Okay. Second value is 30 plus 30 plus 2. Fine. 32. Next value is 32 plus 2. That is equals to 34. Next value is 34 plus 2. That is equals to 36. After that, next value is 36 plus 2. That is equals to 38. So in this case, your loop will be executed for 4 times. Again, if you add 38 to 38, then it will give you 40. And this won't be taken your last, because it is your last value. So it will, the value checking will be done till 39 only, because your value is 40. Right? So this is the range. Right? So range is nothing but it represents a number, sequence of numbers used for repeating a for loop for a specific number of times. Whenever you create array, at that time also we have the use of range, right? So this is what I have explained. The same thing is written over here. Typecasting, we already have done typecasting. Then for if you want to calculate the length or get the length of the string, list, tuple, dictionary, array, then you can use the length function. So it will be common for all, right? And it returns integer value, the length of the given string or list or collection, right? So length is also done. Now we will start with the new topic, that is operators of Python. Which all operators are there in Python, right? So first operator is the first category of operators is the arithmetic operators. Fine. For arithmetic operators, we have plus, minus, multiplication, division, right? Integer division, modulus, and the raise to or power of. Fine. So how you can do that? We can take variable a is equals to 5, variable b is equals to 6. Then we can write c is equals to a plus b, right? D is equals to a minus, or you can print c first. You can check the result, right? So addition is working. Now print a minus b. Fine. Print a b. Right? You are getting 30. Then print a divide by b. You are getting the float value. Fine. And if you write print a divided by b, then you will get 0, because double slash is a integer division. If we change the value of a and b, I will take a is equals to 10 and b is equals to 4. Fine. And I again check this command. So you will get 2, not 2.5. Now I will print a divide by b. What it will be printed? 2.5. So double slash is for integer division and single slash is for float division. Fine. Now the next is, after this, which command is there? Yeah, modulus. If you print a modulo b, then it will use you 2, because 10 divided by 4 and remainder will be 2. So a modulo 2 will gives you the remainder of the division. Next is raised to, right? If you write print raised to b, right? It will print 10 raised to 4. Right? If you want to calculate 10 raised to 4, so you can write use double star for that. So it will print 10,000. 10 raised to 4 is 10000. So these are all our arithmetic operators. Now next is the assignment operator. Already we have used equal to sign for assigning the right hand side value to the left hand side variable. Right? So first operator already we have used. Plus equals to is if there is a repetition of one operand in your expression, at that time you can use all this plus equals to, minus equals to, star equals to, divide equals to, slash slash equals to, percentage equals to, and star star equals to. For example, if you want to increment your value by 1, in Python there is no increment decrement operators like C. Right? In C, a plus plus is works, but in Python it doesn't work. You have to write, if you want to do or increment your a, you can write a is equals to 1. The same thing you can done using a plus equals to 1. So now print a. Right? So initial previous value of a was 5, 10. So it will be now, after 2 increment, it will become 12. Right? Now the next is the decrement assignment. Right? So same thing, you can have a is equals to minus 1. Same expression you can write a minus equals to 1. Right? And you can print the a. Right? So it will be 10 will be printed. Right? Then next is the a is equals to a into some value, I can say 4. Right? You want to do a is equals to a into 4. Right? So at that time you can use a star equals to a. Right? And then I will print a. So right? So it should be a into equals to, I write print a multiply a is equals to a multiplied by 4. Similarly for division, similarly for this equals to a slash equals to, you can have a is equals to a divided by 4. Right? And the same thing you can write like a slash equals to 4. Right? And then you can print your a. Right? So this is the float division. That's why it is giving you 400.0. Right? If you want the integer division, then you have to use double slash. So if I write a double slash equals to 5, right? So it will give you the right? So 400 divided by 5 is 80. Now similarly you have the modulus equals to and star star equals to. Whenever one operator is common on the both this one operand is common in both the sides of equals to, at that time you can use the assignment operators. Now the unary minus operator, unary minus, for unary minus we only have to write the minus, right? So if you want to assign a negative value to some variable, at that time you can use the a is equals to minus 5. So you can write a is equals to minus 5 and print a, right? The minus 5 will be printed. So this is the unary minus operator. Relational operators, same as other languages, like greater than, less or equals to, greater than or equals to, double equals to is for similarity matching, and not equals to. So we can try if a is print a is greater than b. It is giving false because the value of a, I don't know what is the value of a now. A comma b. Value of a is minus 5, b is 4. So it is giving false because minus 5 is not greater than 4. Again, if you check for less or equals, greater or equals, again you will get false. If you check for less than, it will gives you 2. Fine, because it is mutually exclusive, so you can have the value 2. Now a is lesser equals to b, then also it is giving 2. Now check for similarity. If a is equals to b, it is not. This will be used whenever the conditions are there. Now the three logical operators in Python are AND, OR, and NOT. AND is when we have the two conditions are true, or if we have true and true, then it will give you the result true. Otherwise, if it has one value is false, it will always give you the false value. Similarly for OR and NOT. Right? So OR will be, if not similar, but OR will give you the true if any of its operand is true, and NOT is the complement of the value, right? So if it is true, it will returns you false. If it is false, then it will returns you true. Now the next is the bitwise operators. Bitwise operators, we have AND, bitwise OR, we have bitwise complement, right? Then left shift, right shift, and complement. In this, here I have taken one example. Binary of 7 is equals to 4001111. And if you want to left shift this by 2, then you have to write print 7 left shift by 2, right? And so it will give you 28. So if you check the binary value of this is, by the way, any questions are there, you can type. If you have any doubt, you can type it in chat box.
Ma'am, already some questions are published there. Actually, some participant want more examples for the practice also.
Is it visible now?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it visible now?
Yes, yes.
So now, what is the binary of 7? What we want to do, we want to left shift 7 by 2. So we have binary is 4001111, and left shifting is, it will remove 2 zeros from here. So it will be 0001 and 11100, right? So after this the value will be 28. So whatever answer that is shown is, because this is this is, we have 0 8, right? So 16 plus 8 plus 4 is equals to 20. Similarly for right shift, right? So 7 right shifted by 2. It is, everything is have exist in C and other languages also, so I am not taking in detail, right? The most important is the membership operator. Already we have used a membership operator with the list, tuples, strings, and dictionaries. So same you can use. So you have the syntax of membership operator is the value in the name of the list or tuple or dictionary, right? So if you create one dictionary L, that is equals to 1, 5, 7, and 10, and you want to check either the value 2 is in the list or not, so you can write print 2. You can easily, you don't have to write the search operation in this. You can easily get it. 2 is 2 in L. If it is not present, then it will return you false. If it is there, then it will return you true. Now, next is the not in. If you want to check not in, then it is the reverse of in. So if it is present, it will gives you false. If it is not present, then it will give you the true. So 2 not in L will give you true because 2 not in list. So it is simple English like statement is there. Then the identity operator is and not is. Before that, how to print the numbers into the binary, octal, and hexadecimal format that I show you. So we will write 10 is equals to 20. Then print binary. For printing the value in binary, we have the bin function is there, right? So you can directly write print of 20. So it will convert your value to the binary, right? And 0b is the indication for the binary, right? So if you want to print the value in octal, then you can write print octal 20. Fine. So it is O024. So 0 or 24. So 0 O is the indication that this number is printed in the octal. Similarly, hex function is there, hex of 20. So O0x14 indicates that the 14 is the hexadecimal number, and you will get it using the hex function. Now, using complex numbers also you can do the arithmetic operations. If you have defined two complex numbers, a is equals to 10 plus 5j, and you have defined b is equals to 10 plus 20j, and you want to do the addition of this, then you can write print a plus b. So easy in the Python, everything is so easy. You can only have to remember the commands where to use which one, right? So a minus b will give you the subtraction of two complex numbers. Similarly, if you want to multiply the complex number with some value, say 5, multiplied with 5, right? How to get real part of the complex number? You have the real function is there, so you can get it using the a dot real. Real and image are actually not the functions, but they are the uh, attributes of the real number. So you can get the real number of the a dot. So it will print you the imaginary number. If you want to get a real number, then you can write a dot real. So it will print you the real number, and conjugate of the complex number you can get print it will give you the conjugate of a and b. Now the identity operator, you can use the identity operator for checking it, either it is the type of it is that or not, right? So two identity operators are there with us, is and not is, right? So you can use that, like this is one more example of the membership operator that you can use. Right? So first we will do the programs based on these operators. Right? So first program is to calculate the area of a room. Right? So using, ideally, if you want to create a program, then you can go to file, new file, and inside that you have to type your program. Right? So how we can do that program? We want to take two numbers from the user. Right? Whatever we have studied, I am just taking the explaining that how it can be used in your program. Right? So first thing is you have to take input from the user. So ask user to take length and width of the room, and you have to, if you want to take it on the same line, then you can tell to your user that separate it by column. So I have first statement will be input, enter length and bring separated by comma. Right? So in my program I will write input, enter length and width of the room separated by comma. So I will take it as S1 is equals to input length and width of the room separated by comma. So now whatever input user will enter, that will be in the which format? It is a string format, right? It is the data type of the input is always string. So S1 will becomes one string. So I will save this program and run it. So right, and I run it. Right, so it is asking me for the length and width. I will enter 4, 3. Fine. But now I want to get the length and width from this value. Right, so I expect that first value that is entered by user is the length, second value will be the width. Right, so first I have to convert this value, separate these values to the two values, fine, using by comma, and then I have to store it into two variables. So I can say L is equals to S1 dot split. Again I check my program. Again I run my program. My task is not completed. Whenever you write any program, at that time don't do it. Don't type the whole program. You check step by step. Do or divide your program into multiple sub programs so you can easily rectify your errors. Right. So now run your program. So after this also it is asking me no errors. I think so. I will enter 4,5 and nothing happened. Now I print this value of L. Right. Whenever you use the split command on the string, it returns you the list. Right. So I just again run this program. So now what I get is 5,6. Right. So two values are returned in the list, 5 and 6. But if you can see, there is a single quotes in our output. Fine, two values are there, 5 and 6. What we are doing, what is our final objective of this program is to calculate, aim is to calculate the of our room, right? And for calculating area, we know that we require length and width. So we have taken it from the user. User has entered the value in this format. First step is we want to separate this value. So first value will be 5, second value will be 6, and we have separated it by comma. So now we have two values in the list, and first value will have the single quote, second value will also have the single quotes. Meaning of that is this is the string data type. Fine. If you check type of this L values, then it is a string type. Fine. So at the time of calculating area, we have to convert this string type to the int type. So I will write a is equals to int of L of 0 into int of. Now it can also be, it is not fixed that the user will only enter int value. You can have float values also. So you can write float of L of 0 into float of 1. Right? Right? And print A. Right? Now I run this program, and what it shows me, it is asking for again values, right? So I will enter 4,5. So what is the output of this? It is giving me 20.0. So that is our expected output. And now right, clear this. Any doubts? If you have any doubts, please send it in your chat box. Hello.
Ma'am, there is a doubt. What is difference between, what is the use of bitwise and bitwise operator, where we can use these operators? Hello. Hello.
So fine. We move ahead with the next program. I'm not finding any questions in your chat box.
Ma'am. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Ratna madam,
Hello.
is there any questions?
Hello. Hello.
Hello, Pratna madam.
Mrudal ma'am, are you listening me? Hello.
Let's move with the second program. Now, if you want to print the if you want to calculate the temperature from Fahrenheit to Celsius, right? So, how you can do that program? First, you have to take the this program is over, so I am closing it. Right? Again, I open the new program file, new file. Right? I will copy this program. Right? So first statement will be input and enter the temperature in Fahrenheit. Right? So I will first statement will be this. I will write F is equals to input enter the temperature in Fahrenheit. I save this program and run this program. Let us check what is the output of this program. I will write prg10 1 and I run this program. Right? So now it is showing me enter the temperature in Fahrenheit. I will enter 5. Right? So now no errors. So it has taken my input properly. Now I have to convert this F value into the float. This is the typecasting. Right? I am using the typecasting over here. I have converted my value to float. Now I will use the formula for calculating the temperature. My formula is C is
Hello.
equals to F minus 32 into 5 divided by 9.
Hello.
I will directly take this formula. My variables will be small. I have used smaller value or result. So you can write print Celsius in Fahrenheit, Celsius percentage C 0.2 F, right? Percentage C. So now what I will save this program and run it. It will be my output. Right? Again, it is asking me for the I will type 6.
Hello, ma'am. Hello.
It is giving me the error. What is the error? The variable declaration C I have used as small c, so we have to print it as a small c. So now save this program again and run it. Right? So enter the temperature in Fahrenheit. Right? I will enter 5. So it will be minus 15. And if I enter again, I run this program. I will
Hello.
enter 50 Fahrenheit. Right? So
Hello,
Celsius
ma'am.
16 degrees Celsius temperature is there. Right?
Hello, ma'am.
Now this is all about the arithmetic operators. We have also done some practice on input statement, typecasting, how to use the print statement, then how to use the operators in our Python program. Now the last operator that is remaining with us is the then not if.
Hello,
This is
ma'am.
if you, for example, if you want to check the type of the variable, right? If you want to check if any variable is int type or not, right? So at that time you can use the int. So if I write over here in our
Hello, ma'am.
print, I will write some
Ma'am.
variable x is equals to 50, and I want to check either it is float or int, right? So I can write x is
Hello, ma'am. Hello.
x is not int, and we have to check for the type, right? So print the type of x is int it is giving me true. Fine, because type of x is string. If you check print type of x in Python, we require to check this, because in C or Java you don't never require this. Why? Because you already know which type of variable you have declared, right? But if your program is so lengthy and at that time you want to use something, at that time you can either use, or else one variable, that is if you are creating new variables and you want to check if the something is this variable is used or not, and if it is used, then which type of variable it is, at that time you can use this. So now I will check if type of x is float or not. It is giving false because it is not of float type. Fine. So this is and not is exactly opposite to this. So if the variable is not of float type, then it will return true. If it is float type, then it will return true. Sorry, false. Right? So now we will move on with the next topic, that is the functions, right? But before functions, I would like to explain you indentation and blocks. In C or Java, if you write your programs, at that time what you use the curly bracket for your creating the blocks. So if I write a program in C, I write void main, right? Then empty bracket, and then I use the curly bracket for starting of my main function. For ending of my main function also, I will write the closing curly bracket. Fine. So that is not there in Python. In Python, we don't have the blocking using the curly braces or any brackets, right? What is used in Python is the indentation, right? So your blocks will be created using the indentation, and same level blocks will start from the same column in your editor, right? So if I have written one statement, next statement is making some block, so I have to indent that statement. I have to leave some white spaces from the first column to the next character, right? So Python uses white spaces and indents to denote the blocks of code, lines of block that begin a block and end with a column, right? Lines within the code block are indented at the same level, and to end a code block, remove the indentation, right? So if you have written one block and you want to come out from that block, so you have to remove the indentation. For example, this is just a notepad. Yeah. So I have written one block over here. I have block 1, right? Over here I have block 2. Now I want to show that next statement is a part of block 2. Your block 2 will start from here. I want to show that your next statement will part of your block 2. So you have to write block 2.1 over here. Again you have to write block 2.2 over here, right? If your block will completed, your block 2 is completed, you can start your block 3 from here, right? Again you want to create a block, you have to give the indentation in the number of spaces is fixed, right? So block 2, if I give only one space over here and then next statement will start from here, then it will gives you indentation error, right? So that is used in our looping as well as our functions, our modules, everywhere this indentation is important, right? That's why I have taken this. Now we will start with the control statements, right? If you have learned C, then you already know which are the control statements. Control statements is, you can say, it will change the normal execution or sequential execution of the program, right? So if you start from statement 1, then statement 2 will be executed, then statement 3 will be executed. But why we are writing these programs? Because we want to take some decisions. We want that the system will take some decision and accordingly it will behave, right? So we have some conditions. If this is happen, if my the temperature of my room is 30 degree, then decrease the temperature. If it is not, then increase the temperature. I want to do that, right? My AC should be smart enough that so that it can take the decision by its own, right? So that's why we use the control statements, that so that our system can take the decision based on the value of some parameter or variable. Fine. So we have three types of control statements are there. First is the if statement. In if we have three types. First is the if statement, right? Second is the if else statement. Third is if else statement, right? If statement is simple. You have to write, this is the syntax of if statement. If you have any doubts, you can ask or type it in your chat box, right?
Hello. Hello, ma'am.
So this is my if statement. The if statement, if condition is true, then this statement will be executed. You can see colon after the right. You can see the colon after the condition, right? The next statement after this column is indented, right? There are some white spaces are there after the between the next statement, right? So first statement is starting from first column. The next statement will be start from the fifth column, right? So indentation is always there whenever the conditions are there, right? So if condition colon, then some white space, and then the statements, remaining statements will be there, right? And if you come out from this, then the your if statement will be ended, right? So you have three statements are there after your condition, then you have to write it at the same indentation level, right? So I will show you one example of it. So I just type if true, then print I am right. I will write if true, then enter, and then print right. Instead of over, I write it into the new program, right? I will to create new file. Inside this, I will type if true. I will save this program. Run this now. Right, so T is capital in this. So I am right is giving you if true. If true is some condition, right? I had already taken a static value, a boolean value true. right? Instead of this true, you have to write some condition. So if some condition, then you want to print some statement, right? Now if I have multiple statement, I am right, print, do it again, I run it again, right? So it is giving me I am right, you are wrong. Now if you want to print, this is end of if, and I write some condition over here, right? So I will take a is equals to 5, then I check the value of a. If a is greater than 5, then only do this, and I run this, right? After executing this program, what output I am getting? This is end of if block. Right? Why these two print statements are not printed and this is printed? Because this is inside the for loop, the if statement. Fine. How you can say this is inside the if statement? Because you can decide it from the indentation of the statement. If I, instead of this, if I write like this print over here, right? I run this program again, it will definitely give me the error. Right, what it is saying, unindent does not match any outer indentation label. So I have to indent this statement, then only it will get executed. Right, and now I run this, right? So it is giving me this is and of if block. How you can say this is and of if block? Because this if the starting point of if and the starting point of print are same. So print is not considered as the part of if block. Fine. So first print is inside the if, second print is also inside the print, and third print is outside the if. And this is the syntax for simple if statement. If, then condition, and then colon, and then the statements with the indentation. Whenever your statement completes, you have to come out of the loop. At that time, you have to come out from the indentation. Right? If you give bracket over here, then also it is fine. It is optional. If you don't want to give brackets, then also it will be executed. In C and Java, we have habit to type this, so you can use it or not use it. It depends upon you. Next is if else, right? Again, if I write else, you can see statement in each construct you have to write colon after it, right? So you can write else print I am wrong, print I you now execute this. Right, so it is printing I am wrong, you are right. Why? Because the decision is taken based on this condition. The condition is false. Whenever the condition is true, this part is executed. Whenever condition is false, this part is executed. So I can say a is equals to 5. Instead of this static value of a, I will write int a is equals to int of input, enter a number. I will write that I will write b is equals to int of input, enter a, right, and I compare a and b. So I will write a is greater than b. If a is greater than b, condition will be true, and I will write I am right. And if a, or you can write over here, instead of this statement I can write we are comparing two numbers. So you can say if A and B, you can write is type greater than comma B, right? Similarly, if the condition is false, you can write right. Now I execute this program. So after running this, what I get? Enter a number. I will enter 5. I will enter 2. So what is my output? 5 is greater than 2. Which condition is true? 5 is greater than 2. So condition is true. Right? A is greater than B, condition is true. So first print statement is executed, second is not executed, and again this is AND of if block is executed. So this is the if else statement. Now the next is the if elif statement. Right? So the syntax of this is if condition 1 colon statements 1 elif condition 2 statements 2 else colon statements 3. Right? So statements, why I have used statements, because we can have the multiple statements over here. If the first condition is true, statements 1 will be executed. If it is false, then it will check for the second condition. And the second block of the statements will be executed. If all the conditions are false, then the third condition, the third else part statement will be executed. You can use this instead of your switch case program, switch case of C. Right? In C we have switch case statement using which we do the same thing, right? But it is you can say it is a redundancy kind of thing. Okay? Why we should have two statements? Why we should have confusion? Either we go for this or go for this. So instead of that, we can have only one option is there in Python. So yeah, for checking the even or odd, you can use the if else statement. So in this example, what I have done, x is equals to 20. Right? We have x is equals to 20, r is equals to x mod 2. Why we want to check for the either the given number is even or odd. Fine. So what we have done is x is equals to 20. First assign some value, or you can also take from the user what is the value of x. Then you can write r is equals to x mod 2. Right? If our remainder is 0, then we can say if it is any number is divisible by 2, we can say it is an even number. If it is not, then we can say it is an odd number. Fine. So in 6 line only you can write the program for checking the even number or odd number. Now this is the nested if else, right? So in which we have return enter number, right? We are taking input from the user using the input. Whenever you start writing the programs, now you start from here. First you take input, right? Then you convert it to integer or float or whatever data type you want, and then that value will be used in the remaining program. So r is equals to x mod 2. After that you have r is equals to 0. If r is equals to 0, it is an even number, else it is an odd number. And if it is even number, then you also want to check either it is greater than 5 or not. If you checking for some feedback kind of thing, and you want to mean that all the even number students, either their feedback is good or not, or anything, so their grading is good or not, so you can write x is greater than 5, then print great, else print no, so great, not so great. Right? So this is the nesting of if else. You can see over here indentation. So first loop, this is the first block, right? This is the part of first if statement, right? Inside that you have written the second if statement, and this is the indentation that is given in the second for the second if statement, right? So it is already, if is already indented, and again you have to indent it for the next block of statement. So this is the example of the nested if else statement, and mainly for the indentation purpose, right? Again, if you see these programs, it looks good. If you write the programs like this, in C or in Java, we can do like this, right? We can write the programs like this, but it is not, it don't looks good, right? So you can also see the indentation. Because of indentation, the programs are readable also. So if x is equals to 1, then I want to print the number names over here. So if x is equals to 1, then I will print 1. If x is equals to 2, I want to print 2. If x is equals to 3, I want to print 3. If x is equals to 4, then I want to print F4UR4, as I will print wrong input, fine, and then I will print back. So I will copy this program over here, right? I will close this section. I will create a new program, file, new file, control V, and then I will save this program. Then I run this program. First, I have to take the value of x, right? Because it is not given, so I have to take it. I will write if x is equals to int input of enter a number, then if x is 1, I execute this program, so you can have the enter number, right? So I will enter 5. It is giving me wrong input by. Again I execute the program, run one module. Again it is asking me for the number, so I will type 3. So it is giving the name of the number 3, right? And it is giving, after last statement is the 5, right? So this is the if else later. Now our next part is the looping, right? Why we write programs? Again, my question is because we want the efficient use of our computer. We also want some repeated calculation or repeated things, right? At that time also we use the computers, right? If you are say do sum of 100 numbers, right? So it is very difficult for you to manually calculate. You have to either take the calculator, or you have to spend some time to calculate the calculation of 1 to 100 numbers, right? But if you give the same task, you write one program and you give that task to the computer, it will do it faster. So we have some looping statements are there in all our programming language for repetition of the task, right? So I will explain you the while loop and the for loop. The while loop, the syntax of while loop is, first you have the while keyword, then space and condition, then colon and statements, right? So this is similar to if, only the while, instead of while you can write if. For if you are using this for if we are using while loop, then you have to use while. But what is the difference, major difference between if and while is if will be executed once, right? Instead of while, by mistake you have written if, right? Syntax is same, right? Only while and if kind differences. So you can have, if you change while to if, then in your output so much difference is there, right? So the syntax is same, even though there is a major difference in this, right? So while condition statement. So whenever the condition is true, the statements will be executed. If whenever the condition becomes false, at that time you have to come out from the loop, right? So I just write simple program. I will take whenever you try use the while loop. Now at that time you have to some provision for making the condition false. If you don't have written anything or you have written something that is always true, then you cannot come out from this loop. So you have some control variable for controlling this while loop, right? So first you have to decide what is your condition. What is your condition? How the condition will get changed, right? If you don't make the condition to change, then you will be into the infinite loop. Infinitely your statements will be executed. So for because for repetition only we are using while loop, but the repetition is based on some condition, right? So I will write some program. I will have the one variable I. I will take it as 1, right? And I want my while loop to print hi 5 times, right? So I will write while I is less than 5, or you can write I is less or equals to 5 colon, then you can write print hi. I just run this program. You can see what happen if I run this program. It is going in infinite loop. Why? Because I have not changed my condition. My condition is I is less or equals to 5, but I am not changing the value of I. 5 is the fixed, it is a constant value, but I have to change the value of I. If I don't change the value of I, then my condition is always true and it will be printing I continuously, right? So I have to write I plus equals to 1. Right, and now I execute my program. So now after execution you can see it is printed for 5 times. I is printed for 5 times. So this is the while loop. Is there any questions in if or while loop? If you have any questions, please type it in the chat box.
Ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
I think she cannot listen to us.
Maybe.
If any doubts regarding the session, you can type it into the chat box that is with this application. So now the
Brunali
for
ma'am,
loop,
can you listen to us?
Hello, ma'am.
the for
Brunal,
loop
ma'am.
is similar to while loop, but the
Hello. Hello. Now you're listening. Hello. Hello.
Trupti ma'am, have you called her?
Yes, yes.
I tried calling her, but then her phone was busy with another one.
Mrinalini ma'am, have you listened? Hello, ma'am. Are you able to hear us?
Let us let us call them and convey the queries on call.
Oh, okay, okay. Let it be. Let it be. I'll. Okay. Hello.
I think there is some network problem with ma'am, so she is joining again the meeting.
Okay.
Please wait for
Okay.
a while.
Uh, Participant, please wait for a minute. She'll joining the meeting again.
Brunali ma'am,
Wait, wait. She's joining.
Brunali ma'am, can you listen to me?
Ma'am. Ma'am.
Hello, Brunali
Hello,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Okay, I request participants to please write your question into the chat box. I'll call Brunali ma'am personally on phone and will let her know your questions.
We will pass your questions to Mrinalini ma'am. So please type your questions. Let us continue with the session.
Am I audible now? Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You are audible.
We are audible to
Pradnya
you?
madam, am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are
Hello,
audible.
Yes.
Pradnya madam. Hello, Pradnya madam.
Yes, ma'am. You are audible to us.
अच्छा ओके स्टार्ट करूँ देखो क्यों प्रॉब्लम हो okay. List two people or okay. Sorry, there are some questions from the participants, and because of the network problem, I am not able to hear that. So, first question is, can we convert list to tuple and tuple to the set? Yes, we can convert. Right, I can show you. First, we have to take one list. So I will have L is equals to 1, 2, 3. It to tuple. So I will convert it as T is equals to tuple. Then you want to convert it to set. So S is equals to set of L. Right? And you can print. Right? So this can be done. What is the next question? Okay. The question is where we can use bitwise and bitwise or operators. Bitwise and is the multiplication by 2 and bitwise or is division by 2. So whenever you want this at that places, wherever you want to do this, you can use at that places bitwise and bitwise or operator. Nested list. Yes, it is possible to define the nested list. You can have the list inside another, one list inside the another list. And so how you can do that? You have L is equals to 1, 2, and you can have another list 4, 4, 5, 6. This list. If you want to print a third element, that is also a list, so you can print it like print L of 2. Inside this also you want to print so you can access the variables and you can define the nested list. What is the next question? .py. For saving the program, initially only I told you for saving the program we use the .py extension. Right? It is if you use any editor, then it will be taken automatically. It will print it. It will take this
Hello everyone. Since Mrunali ma'am have some technical issues, so we will have 5 minutes break. Till then you can go for a tea break, and then we'll come back with within 5 minutes for the next session. Thank you.
Yes, Pratna madam, should I start?
Hello, ma'am.
Pratna
Can you
madam,
hear me?
should I start? Pratna
Mrunali
madam,
ma'am. Yes. Can you hear me?
should I start?
You can start, ma'am. Ma'am,
Should
you
I
can
start?
start.
Okay. So, yes, next question. Is there any question, madam?
No, ma'am. No questions right now.
Okay, so I will start with the next session. So now, next thing is the for loop. What is the difference between while and for loop? Whenever we have the condition, we know that how many times the loop will get executed. At that time, generally we use for loop. But if we don't know in advance that how many times this we want this condition to be happen, like for temperature is not depend on anything. At that time, you cannot decide that this will be executed for 10 times only, right? So if you want to switch off your AC, at that time continuously you have to check or take the temperature of your room, right? So at that time you have to use the while loop. So you have to continuously read the temperature. If the temperature is below 30, then switch off the AC. Fine. So continuously this will be executed till that condition is false. But in for loop, you should know how many times this will be executed, right? So for loop is the syntax is for var in sequence statements, right? Var is some variable and sequence is your list. It can be string, it can be the it is a list, string, tuple, or a set, right? Or it can be a range, right? So I will show you simple example of it. I will write for range 5, right? Print I. What it will do? It will just print the numbers. Just print the numbers. Oh, I had not given the column, right? It's like is given. After this statement, you always have to remember to give this colon. In C, C++, Java, we don't have the practice to give this colon, but in Python, you have to remember this. Right? So, after executing this program, you will get 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? So, range will give you 5 numbers and it will start from 0 to 4. Similarly, if you want to print only the numbers, then you can have for r in range I 0 to 10 comma 2, right? And you then colon want to print I, right? Save it and run it. Right? So you can only have, you can see only even numbers are there, 0, 2, 4, 6, 8. Right? So this is how for loops can be written. This is the nested while loop, right? If you want to print something for so many times, you want to print high for 5 times and how are you for 3 times, right? After one high, you have 3 how are you. So at that time, you can use the nested loop. So first, outer nested loop will be executed. The value of that will be taken and the inner for while loop will be executed. Completion of inner while loop will be after that the next while loop, the outer while loop will be executed. So I will be first, value of I will be first 1, right? So if I run this program, I am taking it as it is. In Python, comments are the hash sign, right? So I will use hash. I just copy my program as it is. I run this program. Right, so you can see the output. First, value of I will be 1. It is starting at 1. Then it will print hi, A, how are you, how are you, how are you for 3 times. Why? Because inner while loop is there, that will be printing, that will be from j is equals to 1 to 3. So it will be printing for 3 times how are you. Again, outer while loop will be executed, I will be incremented by 1, so it will becomes 2. Again, high B will be printed. You can see list over here, and what I have written is lst names of I minus 1. So first value is 0, that's why I have used I minus 1. So this is, I have used indexing plus the accessing element. So you have lst names of I minus 1. So first time when the loop will be executed, A will be taken. Whenever the next time loop will be executed, B will be taken. Third time C, then D, and then E. Fine. So it is printing like this, and the value of I will be for whenever the loop will be executed. So first time its value is 1, then it is 2, 3, 4, and 5. Fine, and it is giving you hi, how are you? Hi E, how are you? How are you? How are you? Fine. So this is the nested while loop where we left the for loops. Fine. We can also use the for loops and nested for loops also, right? So whatever I have explained, this is the same thing for I in X. Yeah. Now I told you that sequence is over here. I told you for variable in sequence, right? So sequence can be list, it can be string, or it can be uh, tuple, or it can be a dictionary, right? So if you want to print this value of this list one by one, then you can write x is equals to Brunali equals to Brunali 45 3.5. Now you want to print the value of this list, so you can write for I in X. I is the iteration variable. Again, you have to give colon after this. I is the iteration variable. So it will this read the values from X one by one, and that one value will be assigned to I. So whenever the first time loop will be executed, the value of I will be Brunali. Second time loop will be executed, the value of I will be 45. Third time it will be 3.5. So now if I write print I save this program and run it. Yeah, I have this mistake. PRI and T. I run it now. So it is printing Brunali 45 3.5. Similarly, if I have a string, right? So I want to print the Brunali name. So how I can access this first variable Brunali? How I can access it? Using the x of 0. So I can write for I in x of 0. X of 0, type of x of 0 is the string. So it will print MRUNALI. If I save it and run it, then it is showing me Brunali, MRUNALI. So you can see this is how you can use for loop for writing your programs, right? Range already we have done. Yeah, in range also, if you give the negative value for the increment, then it will be the value will be deducted. So first value is 20, then next value will be 19. If you have the increment factor or increment value is -1, right? Then this is the how you can use the for and if loop together. If I want to print the all the numbers that are divisible by 5, so I can write in range 0 to 21, right? So it will check from 0 to 20 only. It will check for from 0 to 20, right? So if I mod 5 is equals to 0, any number if it is divisible by 0, then its remainder is 0. So I have checked it, and you can print that value. Right, so you can run this program. Right, so it is printing 0, 5, 10, 15 and 20. Fine. Now pattern programs. In C also we do so many pattern programs. So if you want to print a pattern like this, first pattern you want to print, right? So how you can do that? You can have the we can see over here there are 4 columns are there, 4 rows are there, 4 lines are printed, and on each line you have 4 hash sign is there, hash symbol is there. You can also do it in short way, like you can write print and then 4 times hash, again you write print and 4 times hash, like this. Print and then 4 times hash, again print. You can have 4 times hash, print, 4 times hash, and print and 4 times hash. So you can see what this program is giving as output. That is what is expected, but this is not the programming way, right? The output is correct, but the program is not correct. If you are the programmer, you have to think on this, right? So what I will do, I can write for loop for printing the first print statement, and printing the second print statement, I again write the for loop. So I will write for I in range. Now my range value will be 4, right? So it will be executed for 4 times, and then I will write print and in hash, right? And I run this program. I had not given the print. Run this program. You can see what is printed, only single hash sign is printed, but what I want to print this for 4 times, right? So what I can do, I can add one more for loop in this. So I can write for j in range 4, and then I will write print hash. But I want then I tries to execute this program. What is my output? It is printing on the separate line. So what I can use, we have one format of print statement which will remove the space or new line from the statement. So I will end this hash with the double quotes. Now I run this program. So I check what will be my output. It is printing on the same line. So what I have to do, I'm guessing, after 4 hashes, I have to write one print statement. Print on the next line. So I'll run this now. Yes, now I got the correct output. Now this is the nested for loop, right? I also have some programs, but because of the limitation of time, I am not going to explain that. Other pattern programs are also there. Now the last part of the yes, part of the control statements is the else suite. right? So what is it? In C and Java it is not there, but in Python it is there. So if you want to print any, or if you write any loop, either the for loop or while loop, you can have the else statement along with it. So if you don't, if your for loop will don't execute it, if your condition is like that, so that the statements of for loop will not be get executed at that time, this else statement will be executed. So it is similar to if. If the previous condition is false, then only else will be executed. Similarly, in while, if the previous statements are not executed, then else part will be executed. For example, I will have the prime numbers program. Right? First of all, what is prime number? Prime number is the number that is divisible by itself and 1, right? So if you want to check for the prime number, any number, either it is a prime number or not, then you can start from dividing the number by 2, right? And till the end of the, till the last number, till the number minus 1 value, right? So if any, it is divisible by any number in between this, then that number is, you can say it is a, uh, uh, it is not a prime number, right? So in this example, same thing is done. So if we, first statement is, we have to take input from the user, user will enter some value for p, then we will check for the range 2 to p. So this will be executed from 2 to minus 1. Right? Then I have tried if p mod I is equals to 0. If it is, means if you give, for example, if you give the number 4, right? So your loop will be executed for from 2 to 3, right? Your loop is executed from 2 to 3, and if your p mod I, that is your 4 mod 2 is equals to 0, yes, it will be, it is a 0, so it will print not a prime number. So numbers that are divisible by 2 to p minus 1 are not a prime number. As if this for loop is not executed, then you can say your number is a prime number, right? This is the simple program for prime numbers. Actually, so many algorithms are there for prime numbers, but I have used it for showing you the demo of this else part. Fine. So if you execute this, you can see. Enter number. I will enter 4. 4 is not a prime number, right? Again, I run this program. Again, I run this program. Enter number 5. 5 is a prime number, right? So previous statements are not executed. For loop is executed, but it's no statement is executed from for loop. At that time, the else part will be executed, right? So this is the else suite for the Python. Now the break statement, continue and pass. Break statement we have also used over here. Whenever, if we are searching for the not a prime number, if the number is prime number or not, if it is divisible by 2, at that time only we can know that it is not a prime number. So there is no need to continue our loop. No need to check for the next number 3. So at that time you can write the break statement. This is also exist in the Java and C, right? Then continue. If you know that uh, based on the condition you want to run your for loop, right? If you something is there, then only you can you want to do something. At that time you can use the condition, this continue statement. I'll just give you the example of it. I have this list. I only want to print if the number is if the element of the list is the string. So I will write or I will check for the integer numbers, right? So I will write the for I in I write this brackets. If I is int, then print I, right? Else, and over here you can write continue. So it will go with the next statement. So I is int, then print I, else continue, right? So if I save and run this program, after else also I have to write right. So it will print for only the integer value. 55 is we will do it later on. We will go ahead with the next statements. The pass statement and assert statements. Whenever you don't want to do anything at that time, you have to write the pass statement, and whenever you want to give some message at that time, you have to use the assert statement. So if I don't want to do anything, if I check for this value, if I is I am doing this mistake. The type of I the type of I have not written the type. And I else continue, right? Run this module, right? So it is giving you 45, right? Because in this list we have 45 is the integer value, so it is printing the I value, that is the 45. Any questions regarding this?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Still not. No questions. Are you hearing us?
Yes, yes. Pradna madam?
No, ma'am.
Pradna madam?
No, ma'am. There is.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am,
Hello.
ma'am, we can continue the session for tomorrow if
Tomorrow.
if the topic is covered today.
Okay.
So since it's 4:50, so we can have some question answers if any participants are having. I have also shared the question answer sheet with you, whatever the questions participants have asked through Google form. So you can check with that if it is possible to you, and you can answer them. Most of the questions we have already answered, but still for a confirmation, you can check it.
Any questions?
Ma'am, there is one question.
Yeah, I am reading. Can
Can
break be
uh,
yeah? Can break be defined in the else part too? No, it is only for breaking the loops. Right? Loop is the thing that is continuously executed, and you want to break from the loop, then you have to write the break. So if you cannot write break. Inside the loop only you have to write break. Any questions? Hello, Sadhna madam.
yes,
So
ma'am.
shall we, no questions are there. So shall we
Ma'am,
stop
shall
our
I
session?
read out the question from the question answer Google Sheet?
Yeah.
I'm going to use Google Colab and Spider IDE for Python for this HTTP. Is it okay?
Yes.
Then
Spider and which one?
Spider IDE for Python and Google Colab.
Yes, you can use.
Then automatic garbage collector is present in Java. In the slide, it is mentioned that garbage collection is not there in Java.
Uh,
Then how is memory managed in Python language?
that is done, na?
Yes, yes. That is done, Pradnya.
Okay, okay.
Huh.
How to check type of individual dictionary items?
How to check the
Type of individual dictionary items.
type of.
Yes.
There is one
You can
question
get the type of dictionary items. You can get the value of the dictionary item, and then using that you can check type of that value. I show you just a minute.
There is one question that is a date can be considered as a data type.
Just a minute. No, date data type is not there.
Not there.
Mhm.
Okay, okay.
One is what is main purpose of
Just a minute.
dictionaries?
Pradnya madam, just a minute. I show
Okay, ma'am.
the
Okay,
dictionary.
ma'am.
Yeah, so if we have the dictionary D1 and its values will be name, colon, and colon 50. So what you want to check is the keys are always the string, right? If the number is, then even though the keys are the strings, so you can check the value using the, you can access it using the D1 of each. So you can write type of D1 of age is int, right? And it is giving true. In this way, you can check the type of the values of the dictionary. Next. There is also one function is instance. Is there is instance of D1 of page This is I explained in the previous session. No? So you can also use each instance method to check the any variables type. Next question.
It's regarding the Python basics applications where we can use it.
Python basic applications. You can using Python you can create a desktop application. You can create a games. You can develop small applications where Python can be used, because Python also provides you the database connectivity. So you can, if you want to create an address book, you can use Python for that. Right, so that is the small application where you have one table is there in your database, and using Python you can connect it, and you can use the Django framework, or without Django also you can use it for the framework. Without using any framework also you can create a GUI application. Tickinter you can use if your application is not a website. So you can use the any graphical user GUI graphical user interface, and using that you can develop the application. So Tickinter is one that I know, using which you can develop the GUI applications. Next.
All questions are answered, ma'am.
Okay.
So shall we close today's session?
Yes.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your guidance and showing all the code execution for all the participants. I hope all the participants have enjoyed the session, so they can let us know their views, or if they are facing any difficulties, they can let us know.
Still, they have the chance to add the questions in the Google Sheet that we have shared. So afterward also they can add the questions or queries in Google Sheet.
Yes, the code, we will be sharing this code, PPTs, etc. after the sessions. And whatever problems you get while doing the hands-on practice of this, you can let us know through the Google form, which is already shared with you all in the email. We will be answering it through the email or in the next session, whatever is possible. Tomorrow we will start again at 10 o'clock. So all the participants are requested to please be ready at 10 o'clock. Don't be late, because today we have got many requests that we joined late, so we couldn't understand that thing. So please don't be late.
And it
Follow
is a
the
live
time rules.
session, so that we cannot be go back and repeat. So please be on time.
Yes, and there might happen that some questions are repeating by the participants. So if you are listening to the session, then automatically your queries will be resolved. So I request everyone to please be attentive throughout the sessions, and for the attendance link, many people are having some problems. So whenever the attendance link is opened, that time you have to fill the attendance, because we cannot open it again and again for your request. So please be attentive for the session and mark your attendances.
Okay, so we are ending with today's session. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you,
Thanks a
everyone.
lot.
Thank you,
Thanks,
ma'am.
everyone. And there is a one feedback got that you are taking from basic level. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye bye.